your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. He'll drop from a power line, show you what's riding his hip. Thumb stud flipper, front flick spine. He lives for that perfect click. Spreading word to the backyard crew. Check this edge, feel that grind. Every acorn, every review. Card with a steel tooth mine. Whoa. He's the EDC Squirrel, stash in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the curb to the cul-de-sac rut. Sharpen your wits end. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Tiny terror in the tree line cuts. Climb high, tree line thrown in the storm. Cold bite, metal heart staying warm. If you mess with a scribe or his heart, you'll hear one battle cry roar. From the brush, protect your, protect your, protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. He's the EDC Squirrel, stash in the bark. Blade in the daylight, blade in the dark. From the mail call crate to the gutter front rut. Sharpen your wits end. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. Protect your nuts. A little legend with the pocket cut guts. Boom.
Okay, is this thing working? Hey, I happen to like that song. I was playing around earlier. Hey, Dream Crusher. Hey, Morgan. Hey, Mike. Glad you could make it. Okay, so it is Saturday. It is time for another EDC Squirrel Live, and I've got plenty of stuff to show you guys, because I've made complaints about like USPS or just not just USPS. I mean, I do a lot with the USPS, so of course I see a lot of problems with the USPS, but I think that's because of just sheer volume. And to be quite honest, I trust them more than FedEx, that's for sure. But I've mentioned delays after delays after delays. Well, guess what? All the delays done caught up. If you give me a moment, we're going to get started. But as everything was playing and I was just zooming, because I didn't want the intro sound to go on too long, I didn't grab my coffee. But yeah, I've got a lot of stuff. Let's just put it that way. And we're going to get started in just a little bit. But I need to grab my coffee. So I'll be right back. Just going to grab a mug. Thought I heard a phone ringing. Okay, of course I went to go grab coffee and I spilled the creamer everywhere. Hang on a second. Okay. I think everything's fine. I might have spilled things everywhere. No, it was just bad timing. Went to go grab coffee. It was at that moment my girlfriend was grabbing some coffee, and we don't have the biggest kitchen in the world, so a whole lot of like ducking and diving. Okay, are we good? We're good. Got my coffee, and we're ready to go. How's everybody doing today, by the way? Sorry for that odd silence earlier while I was grabbing coffee. She's watching TV, so I had to go in there and didn't want you guys having to worry about getting blasted by TV. That copyright stuff, so. And this mic is a little more sensitive, so you're going to hear me breathing a lot. Good grief. I noticed that in some of my videos. I'm trying not to breathe. The problem with that is I pass out. Okay, so. You guys are quiet. What's going on? Like I said, plenty of cool stuff to show you guys. And I think I'm trying to figure out where I want to start. We're going to start. I always start with like the traditional stuff. So we're going to go with that. Let's see here. And I've got quite a lot of those to show. I've got something that I don't think you guys have seen too much of, but I have a hen and rooster. That one was from RL Simp on Whatnot. And then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 case knives from Chasing Blades, also on Whatnot. One of these also was a gift to me because of something I did for Chasing Blades, which wasn't necessary, but was still really, really awesome. Oh, Kenny took his boy to get his first PU. No kidding, really? Wow. That's awesome. You have to let me know what kind it is. I want pictures. Cool Bunnies, how you doing? All right, so we're going to start first with the traditional stuff. And that's not all I've got today, because I've got a lot more stuff. First of all, we're going to start with a hen and rooster, because that's kind of like the odd one out. Hen and rooster has been around for... Good grief, they've been around for a while. And then they were purchased by... Hen and rooster was purchased by, I think there was like 3 individuals. One of which, I think his name was Robert Frost, runs Frost Cutlery. I think one of the owners was also Solingen in Germany, and I can't remember who the other one was. So I'm horrible with that. I don't have it in front of me. I was reading up on this a while ago, and that's all the information I was able to retain. But from what I understand now, Hen and Rooster is now owned entirely by Frost Cutlery. And they make traditional knives. Like I said, they've been around for a long while. This one in particular, the reason why I picked this one up, and this one's got a certificate of authenticity, because this is one of those that is kind of like a sort of a one-of-a-kind, done by Michael Prater. Now, you've probably heard me mention Michael Prater before if you visit my streams a lot. Michael Prater does a lot of limited runs. He's done these for Case. He also does them for Frost and Hen and Rooster. This is a Corralon Hen and Rooster. I can't remember the name of this. I'd like to say it was a 24 karat gold. But Corralon's special because there's no pins on the scales. This is a trapper. Hey, Ronald, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I can't really remember what kind this is, to be quite honest. I believe this should be the original box. So what I have here, if this helps out any, 312 MPMM. So I'm not exactly sure, because sometimes they have some really interesting names. I've got a few of these made for Case by Michael Prater. This, I think, is like the second one I've got from Hen and Rooster. The other one I remember is like that pink and pearl color. This one has Michael Prater's signature. You've got a mid-stop on this trapper, on a full-size trapper, with your California clip point. There's a close-up of Michael Prater's signature. And then then for a secondary, you have your standard spay blade right there. You got the hen and rooster badge. And they say these are one of a kind because generally, hey, Waylon, how you doing? Because the way these are done, even though you might have the same, like there might be anywhere from like 250 to like 2,500 of these made. I don't know the particular number on this particular color or colorway. But they are still kind of one of a kind because the way these are made, these swirls are not going to look the same on any other knife. You can have all 2,500 of these and they're all going to look different. They're going to all have different amounts of, in this case, gold. It looks like green, some black in there. So in a way, each knife is still going to be entirely unique. And it's one of the reasons why I love these. Part of the fun on getting these Michael Prater knives is not only just finding the particular color combination that you want, but also in the right sort of mix. So you see one that you really want, and that's, you're not going to, you'll be lucky to see the same type of swirl and stuff like that. So one of those kind of got to grab it when you see it. And I've poured over a lot of these. I think he had like a couple of these, and this one was my favorite of the group. Again, two-bladed trapper, nicely centered in there. Maybe a little off on the spay, just a bit, but it's still pretty decent. No scratches on the blades from rubbing or anything like that. And I did take a look at this prior, so it's well oiled and has been well cleaned already, but that's because I couldn't hold back. I wanted to take a look. But the Correlons have always been a favorite of mine. I wish you guys could see how well this shimmers in there, because some of these have some absolutely beautiful colors that swirl and shimmer to the naked eye. I can see a little bit on cam, but it just doesn't. I don't think the camera really does it justice. Apex Ape, how you doing? Hey, Blessed EDC, thanks for coming by. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so that's the head and rooster. I wish I remembered what model or what colorway this was called. I'd like to say it's a 24 karat gold, but I could be wrong. I forgot. I should have. And he doesn't have it listed on the invoice, so I'm gonna have to dig around and see if I can find similar. Like I said, the hard part is because they're all gonna look pretty different, and I don't think they even name what kind it is on the certificate of authenticity. But there's the certificate there, and they're just really fun to hunt for. And RL Simp seems to have he seems to get some of the better Correlons that I've seen on Whatnot, so I like going through him to grab them. Incidentally, RL Simp is doing a custom Correlon in conjunction with Case that's not releasing until the 20th. So that's coming up. I believe that's Monday? It's going to be a special caramel apple Correlon that he did in collaboration with Case, which I think is freaking awesome. And I'm desperately going to try to hunt one of those down. I don't know how much it's going to run. From what I understand, probably close to a little over $100 for it, but I'm definitely going to try to get my hands on it. Because I thought he did a show and showed it. It was like it had half green, half like caramel brown, but in that shimmery Correlon, it looked absolutely awesome. Okay, so moving on to the case knives that I got from Chasing Blades. We're going to start off with a little present that they sent me, because just on a whim, I was having fun, and I decided to make them like a theme song for their show. And it turns out they loved it. And they tucked an extra in with one of my orders, and they all came in together. This one is a chestnut bone smooth peanut. And a peanut is a tiny knife. I like these because you can stick them in your fifth pocket. This one is a chestnut bone colored. Looks almost like wood. You can see there. Peanuts are two-bladed. And I should probably pull... Let me grab a trapper so you can see a good... So you can get the difference in size between, like, say, a regular size trapper and a peanut. Here's a trapper. This is my 6.5 bone stag. Here's the peanut next to it. See, so you can see the difference in size. Hey, at Crow's Blades, how you doing? And Nick Martino, welcome to the stream. Just doing a little show and tell, some new knives I got this week. Actually, a lot of new knives I got this week. Everything came in. Nothing was delayed. Well, something was delayed, but only by like a day. So this is my 6.5 bone stag trapper. That's the peanut I just got, so you got an idea of the size. I like this pattern because they're just really fun to carry. You can throw them in your fifth pocket, your little watch pocket in your jeans. They fit perfectly in there, nice and snug. You have a California clip point for the main blade, and then you get a small pen blade for the secondary. And this thing is razor sharp. Usually, I'll get a small burr on my case knives, and I already took a look at this one. This one's sharp. A little off-center, but otherwise no scratches or no rub marks on the blades. But very handy knives. I only have like maybe two other peanuts. One of them I tend to carry with me a lot, and I just tuck it in that pocket. It's probably in the pocket right now because I forget it's in there. I just got to make sure that I check before I go doing the wash. So, but awesome little knives. This one was a gift from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. If you're not familiar with Whatnot is a and I know I plug them a lot, but that's because I do a lot of business through them. I'm not sponsored by them or anything like that. Whatnot is an auction app. It's a live auction app. Chasing Blades is one of the sellers on there that I do a lot of business with. Absolutely awesome sellers. They're really fun to watch. But the online auction app, basically, it's just live auctions. You take eBay, but instead of like putting your bid and then waiting days to see if you win, you're active in an auction that's running in real time, other people possibly bidding on it as well. So you got to keep an eye on it, and they'll run anywhere from like a couple seconds to like maybe a minute, and people are just bidding and bidding. But if you're informed, know what you're looking at, know how much the costs are, you can get some really good deals if you're quick and smart about it. But again, I just love doing business and whatnot because I've met some really good people, Chasing Blades being one group. They are amazingly awesome, and thank you, Chasing Blades, for this little gift. I really appreciate it. That was the peanut, the chestnut bone smooth peanut, and I've got 4 more. And these are all from Chasing Blades. I've got 4 more case knives to show you guys. Let me put the 6.5 away. Most of my, like a good 75%, if not 80% of my traditional knives probably come from Chasing Blades. I'm getting to the point where we're going to start owning their entire inventory. Another one that I wanted to show, there's some that I'm waiting. I'll show afterwards. Let's see here. This one has been out for a while. This is part of what they call their Sportsman series. There's I think 5 knives. Is it 4 or 5 knives? I think it's like 5 knives that are in this set. And these are bone-handled knives. And they're all trappers. And they all have different etchings, or I don't know, carvings. I don't know how you want to put it, or scrimshaw. I don't know. I thought scrimshaw had more shape to it, but this in particular one is the deer Sportsman. Now, each one is going to be a 2-bladed trapper. This one is nicely centered in there. Again, bone handles, natural bone. You're going to have Sportsman series on the main blade, which is a California clip point, and like every other type of trapper, they're going to have a spade blade for the secondary. And And this particular one is the deer. Now, if I remember correctly, you have the deer, they have an elk. And here's the other side, perfectly smooth, natural bone. But they have the deer, the elk. They have the turkey. They have deer, elk, turkey, bear. And they have, there would be 5 then. And then they have like a duck hunter or quail hunter. And they all have different scenes, like the elk. Obviously, we'll have an elk one. I have an elk coming, by the way. So you'll get to see that probably next week. This is the only Sportsman I currently have. I'm hoping to get the entire set eventually, but this is the deer. The elk is going to be somewhat similar, except of course you have images of elk, bear, same thing. And then if you notice, the shield on this one is a rifle cartridge. Okay, now the interesting thing on these is they change the shield depending on the animal that's on the scale. So if like the bear, the elk, the deer, obviously here, they all have rifle cartridge badges or shields. The turkey and the, I'm going to say duck hunter versions have a shotgun shell shaped badge because that's generally what you would use to hunt turkey or waterfowl. And I believe the waterfowl one, the duck one, also has a picture of a hunter on this side, if I recall. Again, I hope to get the entire set at some point so I can show all of them to you guys. But this was my first one. I just like one of the reasons why I like going on Whatnot, and one of the reasons why I like chasing blades is if you want, he will open the box, and a lot of times he'll check it anyway. You don't even really have to ask, and he'll go over it with a fine-tooth comb, so you know you're going to get a really good knife. And with case, especially, because I know case can kind of waver a lot, and so, and nothing against case, they do a lot of work, but yeah, it's one of those knives that if you have a chance to look at them in the hand or have somebody look at it, best thing you can do is have somebody check them out before you buy, or check them out yourself before you buy. But when they're good, they're freaking amazing, and they're absolutely beautiful. But that's one of the reasons why I like going through chasing blades and going through Whatnot, because a lot of times they'll go over the knife if you ask. And yeah, I'm just hoping to get the whole set at some point. This one again is the deer one, just really cool traditional knives. I think from Case. Case still remains to be one of my favorite knives, good God, to collect because of how gorgeous some of these scales are. Their craftsmanship is actually really, really good. I think a lot of the issue I see is they do churn out a lot. They churn a lot out. But when you have a good one, you have a great one. And there's a lot of they hang on to a lot of their value, and a lot of times they'll appreciate in value if you keep them in good condition. And even if they're used, they can still fetch a high price depending on how old they are. So they seem to retain their value much more or much better than a lot of the other manufacturers. I think the only other ones that I know that tend to retain their value or even go up usually are like maybe GEC, but those tend to be really expensive on the onset compared to like case knives. You see a really old case knife for sale, 1905, but yeah, 1920, but it's $850. Yeah, I have one that was made the year that I was born, and that continues to go up, and it was a Hunter. In fact, I have it somewhere. I don't know if I had it. I can't remember if I have it close. Is this it? No, that's a 6.5. I think it's in my box, but it's a knife like this size. This is a folding Hunter. This happens to be a 6.5 bone stag. The one that I got that was made the same year I was born is getting close to upwards of around $200, if not a little over. Actually, I think I've seen it for over $200 lately. But I don't generally collect for, like, I don't collect for monetary reasons. I mean, I watch the costs mainly because I'm buying them, but I generally don't buy to flip. I collect because I enjoy collecting. I enjoy actually owning these items, and I know when I go, I'll be passing them along to friends and family and stuff like that. Called a Kingfisher Greenbone handle. Wow. Greenbone seems to be one of the more popular colors because they don't come out as often, or at least from what I understand with case. I know I've seen a lot of green, but in comparison to a lot of the other colors, they seem to be on the green seems to be on the minority, unless you're looking for like John Deere collaborations. Tend to be a lot of green, but you don't see them too often. And it's funny I say that because what I have here, I'm going to do next. We've got 3 more. This one is new for 2026. From Case, actually the next 3, these 3 are all new for 2026. These have been out for a bit. This one that we're going to unbox next is called a Bright Green Bone Gator Jig Mini Trapper. Now you have a regular trapper size. I have the mini trapper. I believe this comes also in an axe handle, which is new for 2026, and a Barlow, which was really tempted to get my hands on. This one's a mini trapper, so a little smaller than your standard size trapper. I believe these are like 3-inch blades. And you like to collect one-of-a-kind knives. See, I like to do that too, but I also like to use my knives. So I'm kind of straying away from collecting one-of-a-kinds, unless they're relatively, like the Michael Prater. There's 2,500 of them. They all look different, so they're kind of one-of-a-kind, but not really. I don't know how to explain it. I like to use my knives. So I get a little, I like to collect one-of-a-kinds, but then I start to get kind of anxious about using them because I like to use my knives, because I know if I get a one-of-a-kind and something happens, I'm screwed. It's gone. It's gone bye-bye. So I'm trying to stray away from collecting one-of-a-kinds if I can help it. This one is a Bright Green Bone Gator Jig. Now, the Gator jigging is the shaping of this texture that you see here. You've got like peach seed jig. I've seen original and all this other stuff. The Gator Jig has this like alternating line thing going, as you can see, but a really interesting jigging texture. To give you an idea of a different jig, so you see what I'm talking about, let me see here. This one, I can't remember the name of the jigging. There's a lot of different types. That's just stag. This one, not corncob. This might have been original jigging. As you can see here, this is a knife that I toasted and burned myself. It was a red bone. But you can see jigging is that texturing, and they'll have different types. They'll have different names. Corncob looks like somebody rolled a corncob over it for the texture, things like that. This is the Gator Jig. I think it's a really neat. The only other Gator jigs that I've seen have been in a blue bone. Again, this color is new for 2026. This one is a dual blade, like any other trapper, except this is a mini trapper. So again, it's a little smaller. Hold on a second. Drop something here and trying to pick up. This is a little smaller. Like I said, 3-inch blades, where I believe the trappers are like 3 and almost 3¼ inch in size. You still have your California clip point like you do with any other case trapper, except with the mini trappers. Case trappers normally don't have a mid stop, but they put a mid stop on their mini trappers. I don't know why they don't put a mid stop on their regular size trappers, but you got a mid stop there, and then just like any other trapper, you have a smaller spay blade there. So just the same as any other trapper, except with a mid stop on the blades and a smaller profile, or smaller size, I should say. But really cool jigging on this one. Love the color, love the bone. This is natural bone. Love the milk on this one. Milk refers to these wider areas where basically the dye doesn't take as well. Some people like the milk. Some people don't. Some people like a nice, rich, dark color. I actually kind of like a little bit of that in there, because it's another thing that just makes the knife a little bit more unique. Again, because these are natural materials, no two knives are going to look exactly the same. So you're going to have little variances in there. Some might have more milk. Some might be a more even or darker color. I like those variances. They just make the knife a little bit more unique to me. And I do like these minis because they're just, again, it's easier. They're easy to carry. I can throw them in a slip. Like I got a lot of slips. I can put them in a leather slip, toss them in a pocket, and then I'm good to go. But that's the green Gator Jig Mini Trapper. That particular color, again, is new for 2026, the green Gator Jig. The only other Gator Jigs I've seen, like I said, were in blue, I believe. And I know those have been out for a bit. I don't know how much longer they're going to be out, but I know they've been out for a little bit. All right. Excuse me. Now, the next two are also new for 2026, and the reason for that isn't about the color. Well, one of them's new because of color and the profile. This one is an amber bone peach seed jig. I guess that's the texture name. And new for 2026, this is the axe handle. I have been waiting to get one of these for so long. These are not easy to get because they sell out super fast. These axe handles have been flying off shelves. People, even on Whatnot, they're really difficult to get. They sell within minutes of like them dropping on shows. And because they're also so hard to get, keep in mind that I believe the costs on these axe handles generally run on average around $70, give or take. But because they're so hard to get, I've seen these axe handles going on Whatnot for like $100, over $100. People are just chomping these up. And the axe handle is one of the two new profiles for 2026. And this is the amber bone version of it. Really nice dark toast, amber or toasted natural bone to look like amber. Nice dark toast on this one. I do like the dark toasts on it. And the axe handle is a single blade slip joint. You do have a mid stop here, which is really nice. California clip point for the blade profile. This particular one is done in stainless steel. They're true sharp stainless steel. One way you can tell it's stainless steel is if you look at the bolster where you can read case and you have the dots. You can see there that the S in case looks like a little lightning bolt. If it looks like a lightning bolt, it's stainless steel. If it's a regularly shaped S, then it's probably a high carbon steel. So that's one way to tell that this is a stainless steel. The axe handle has a single bolster, kind of similar to a Barlow, but a much longer handle that ends in like you would see an axe handle, a little flare at the butt end there. And it's really, really nice because that little flare helps a bit when it comes to holding the knife. I can feel it back there on my pinky. I can get a nice full grip on this knife, which is really, really cool. And you got a nice curved single edge California clip point. And this one out of the box, I can still feel, like I said, sometimes there'll be a little burr out of the box. I do feel a bit of a burr there, but they're really easy to knock off. And once I knock that off, I'll probably have this razor sharp. It doesn't take me long to do so. I don't know if I'll bother with doing that right now, but maybe we'll do that later as we move along. Boker did a very small run of Castle Wood series using local Castle reclaimed wood. Oh no, trying to find, yeah. That's part of the fun when it comes to collecting is grabbing those really rare things that you just want to get. Like, now these are a new pattern for 2026. I bet like probably towards mid to late in the year, these will be everywhere. They won't be so hard to get. But right now, people have been snapping these up like crazy. So yeah, prices are kind of jumping on these. I got mine on Whatnot. That seems to be the easiest place to find one. Is if a sell, because a lot of times, a lot of sellers on Whatnot will hang on to the they'll get a bunch and then they'll hang on to them and then sort of disperse them or sell them over a small period of time. The problem is because of the demand of these, a lot of sellers are running these prices up. Well, I can't even blame the sellers, to be quite honest, because I've seen a seller they had an axe handle like this. Now, keep in mind, this one, I think retail on this is like just around $70. I've seen a seller start it at $1. Okay. And people bid it up to over, I think it finally sold for like $120. Okay. Now I paid retail. Why? Because that's one of the reasons why I like Chasing Blades. They don't ramp up their prices. Even if it becomes scarce, at most they will sell it for retail. Sometimes you might even get a better deal. And that's one of the reasons why I like Chasing Blades. Is now that doesn't mean that people might not run the price up if they open bidding. So they might start it at its retail price. And I know for a fact there are people that will, they'll fight over it, and it could still go well over $100 for the same knife. But I can usually, I'll put an order through Chasing Blades. They'll order me a knife, and then I'll have it held for me, and then I can nab it at the actual retail price. But they won't ever try to charge you over retail just because of scarcity, which is one of the reasons why I really, really like Chasing Blades. If it gets run up past that, it's because people are fighting over it. But anyway, really awesome blade. I've been wanting to get my hands on one of these for a long time. Got really excited when I finally got my hands on one. Thank you, Chasing Blades, for that. Nice centering on this one, if I recall. Let me see here. Oh, not a little off to the side. Not big deal. It's not rubbing up against anything, so that's good. I'm not seeing any scratches or anything on the blade. I do like that it has a half stop because it does make closing one-handed a little easier. Still going to need two hands to open, of course, but that's pretty darn cool. I wonder if I can find, because I did this with my buck. Where's my buck knife? I wonder if I can find a little thumb stud. There's not much meat. Not much spine that pokes out from over the blade, but I wonder if I can add a thumb stud to that, because I did that with my buck knife and it worked out like really, really well. Where's my buck knife? There we are. Now, buck knives are the same. They're traditional knives like this. They have they have a nail nick that used to open. Normally need two hands, but I found this thumb stud that you can buy that I essentially screwed on to the back of the blade, which makes my buck knife, this is a buck 110, now single hand open. And I thought that was really, really neat. Now, I do still need two hands to close. I mean, it is a lockback, so I still need two hands to close, but it's cool that I could find a thumb stud that I could just screw on, and it's pretty secure. I've been opening and closing this like a lot since I put it on, and I haven't had any issue with it slipping, getting loose, or anything like that. I wonder if I can get a tiny one. I'll have to look. But that would be kind of cool to be able to make this like a one-handed open knife. But just super excited. Really good size, too. I love the size of this. Good size to the handle. I can actually gorilla grip this thing. Just really cool knife. Just, unfortunately, hard to get. I, however, lucked out because I got another one. Except this one is not only an axe handle, this is also in a color that's new for 2026. And that, you've seen the color once before because I had this in a sow belly when it came out. But this is the Tequila Sunrise axe handle. And I was never that big into orange, but something about the Tequila Sunrises looks so good. I have a sow belly version. Chasing Blades got me a Tequila Sunrise and immediately threw it in a package for me because I've been requesting one. And just absolutely gorgeous orange in there. Quite a bit of milk on the top. Nicely centered on this one. Got some milk on the bottom there. Let's see how this snaps up. We got mid stop like the first one. Nice spring. Let's see the snap. Good snap on that. Now, not much different. Not much different I can say about this one over the amber bone. This is just a different color. Again, this is natural bone and dyed in their Tequila Sunrise colors. They have an entire line of Tequila Sunrise. I have the sow belly. I've seen a Sodbuster Jr. version. I'm pretty sure they have Trapper versions. I can't recall. They almost always have a Trapper version when they come out with a new color. I want to grab at least another Sodbuster Jr. because this is one of the colors I want to burn. I want to try toasting this thing and give it a not this particular one, but I want to get a Sodbuster Jr. to test on because those are going to probably be the least expensive knife to test it on. But I do want to take a torch to it, give it a good burn, and see how it comes out with this orange color. I think it would look absolutely amazing because it's been a while since I've toasted a knife, and I'm getting the itch to toast another knife. I've just been trying to decide on like what color I want to try to toast, and then ever since I saw the Tequila Sunrises, this is my next target. I want to get a Sodbuster Jr., toast that, see how it comes out. And if I can get a Sodbuster Jr. in this color, we'll toast that live on the channel. But I think that'll be fun to do. It's been a little while since I had a chance to do that. So those are the new traditional knives I got. All of these I got from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. Thank you so much, Chasing Blades, for taking all my money. I'm glad I can pay part of your mortgage. And then we had what did I do with it? Did I put it back in the box? I think I put it back in the box without thinking. And then we got the Hen and Rooster from RL Simp. Again, if you're looking for some more unique knives, now RL Simp, I don't know how he does it, but I go to Chasing Blades for the majority of my traditionals. But for whatever reason, they can't get a hold of certain knives because they're either what's the word I'm looking for? Like when they're specific to a company. Like Shepherd Hill, for example, does a lot of work with case. Oh, exclusive knives. That's it. They're exclusive to companies. And so Chasing Blades can't get a hold of exclusive knives or Corralons for whatever reason. But RL Simp is able to get his hands on them. I don't know if he buys, how he gets them, whether he just buys them outright and manages to get a good deal from like maybe Volume or something. But RL Simp will usually get those knives that I have a hard time finding anywhere else, especially Corralon. So I'll usually go to RL Simp for those hard to find ones. But the majority of my stuff tends to come from Chasing Blades, mainly because they're great guys and I get some of the best deals I can get from them. That's that Hen and Rooster. I'll leave that out so you guys can still see that one. I'll just fold this up. All right, but that's all of the traditional knives that I've got. I've got some moderns that I'm really excited about too. Like I said, everything came in this week. It's pretty crazy. After all the delays. And sorry about my cough. I can't really help that, but I'm trying. Before I move on to hold on a second. Okay, before I move on to the modern knives, what are you guys carrying today? I know somebody's pocketing something special. What's in your pockets today? I didn't have to go out today, so admittedly, no, I did have to go run around a little bit. Just I didn't have to go driving. So my pocketed knife today was Actually, I was carrying my yellow pair of 3 and traditional. Where'd my traditional go? I was carrying. This was a chestnut. This is a chestnut bone. Yeah, this is a chestnut bone, I believe. Trapper. I always carry a modern and I carry a traditional with me. I had a chestnut bone trapper and my Spyderco Sage 5, not pair of 3. I said pair of 3. Sage 5 salt in Magna Cut. So those were my pocket carries for today. I still have a ton of fun carrying this thing. Let me know what was in your pocket in the chat and what you guys were carrying. What's your EDC? I thought I'd start that off before we go into the more modern knives. There we go. Nick, that was a... Wait, hold on. Super, like, multiple 100-year-old wood. Well, if it's a castle... Yeah, those will probably go... Those are probably... That's probably really old wood. Oh, they're going through renovations. Okay, so that was a smart move on Boker if they were trying to snatch up all that old wood. And they can't be the only ones. I wonder what else they might have grabbed the wood for. Might have to take a look at that. But that's cool that Boker would do that. Now I've got... Are they still hard to get? Speaking of spiders, stupid little things got on me earlier in the yard, but nothing... South Beats. Nothing new here. Oh, what was it? What were you carrying anyway? Crow's Blades. You're carrying the Migger. Oh, the Miggeron Moyarl. Is that the one? Oh, and the Olatans G059 and PI. Is that the titanium scaled one that you're carrying? That was a crazy price for a titanium scaled blade. Pretty cool. Blessed. Same thing you carry every day. Cold Steel Recon 1 Tonto. Kaiser Quartz, Clacken Flint, Victorinox Huntsman, and Burning Stables Forge. I got to check out Burning Stables. There's a knife that Burning Stables has that I really, really want. The only problem is it's out of stock. And hold on a second. Drank too much coffee. Be right back. Keep it going in chat. Okay, that's better. Oh, it's in Blue Micarta? Okay. Dugan, how you doing? Been a bit. Glad to see you again. Yeah, there's one I do want. I gotta save for it though, and there's a lot of things coming my way that I gotta check. But there's one that he's got that I've got my eye on. I'm just hoping it gets back in stock at some point. What else does everybody carry? Okay, you're the last one to say. I'm gonna have to look up the Kiradashi because I can't remember which one that is. The Kiradashi. What are you carrying, Dugan? What's on your EDC? Yeah, I'm gonna have to check out though. I'm gonna have to look at Boker. I don't have any Boker knives. Don't hurt me. I want to get a Boker. I want to get a Boker, like at least a couple Boker tree brand or something, because I don't have any Bokers and I can't really say a whole lot about them. And I don't like. I can't really form an opinion on anything if I don't have it. It's just, Oh, what model am I looking at? Well, hold on. Let me get on their website and I'll tell you. I don't have the cash for it now, just so you know, so it might be a little while before I can snag one. If anything, I'm glad it's out of stock, because then I can't, I don't have the money for it. Where is it? I know I've seen it. It's a smallish one, but I like the blade on it. The fin knife, that's it. Yeah, it was, did he have more than one model? I'm pretty sure that was the same one. Oh, no, same one. Okay. Because I think he had like 2 different pictures of it. The fin was the one I just thought it was really neat looking. And I liked the blade shape. It just looked really usable. Or at least for me, for like what I would use the knife for. But yeah, the fin. Jim carrying a Glock. The 43. My daily carry on that is Walther PPQ in 40. That's my daily carry for the pew pew. Morgan is pocketless. Okay. Hey, Big Mark, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we're gonna move on. We've gone through all the new. I can't believe I got all these this week. This is crazy. Actually, this is probably one of the least expensive one here. I believe this was like, how much did I get this for? I can't remember. From RL Simp, the Michael Prater. I'd like to say it was around $50, where everything else tends to be a little higher. Admittedly, I think the most expensive out of these knives would probably be the Sportsman series. I believe I got that for either 89 or 92 for the Sportsman deer. Now we're going to move on to the modern knives that I got this week. Now, this one is interesting because if you guys remember, I had a problem with one of my Kaiser knives. And if I can remember where I put it, where is it? Is that it? That's it. Normally, I love Kaiser. Kaiser's been great. I have a lot of Kaiser knives. But I had a problem with this fellow right here. This is called the Kaiser Seagull. Now, I really wanted to like this knife because it was blue rich light. We've got, I believe this is 14C 28N steel. Yeah, 14C 28N steel. You can see it's called the Seagull. Now, it's one of their budget-minded blades. It's not a terribly expensive knife. It runs, if I remember correctly, retail $69.99 on their website, so roughly about $70. It has a great size to it. I like the profile. It's a really neat profile, almost like a leaf, almost shilling cutter if it had a little more angle to it. I love the grip. I love the feel, but I ran into a problem with this knife. If you've been on my last few live streams, and that's because I discovered that when I slow rolled the knife open like this, if I just slow roll a knife open, it is a liner lock, the knife would not lock. I could just fold it closed without depressing the liner lock on this. Now, I went through a lot of fixes that I contacted Kaiser. They told me one way to fix it, bending the, taking it apart, rebending the liner lock, giving it a little bit more force, stuff like that. It still wouldn't lock up properly. And they sent me like a new liner. So I replaced the liner, still wouldn't lock up properly. The only way it would lock up is if I bang, flicked it open, torqued it, and it would lock up fine. But the slow roll, I believe a knife should be able to lock up just as securely when opening the knife slowly as, if you were to flick it open fast. They should lock up either way. So still running into a problem with the knife. They sent me so they said, okay, fine, we'll send you a second knife. So they sent me another Seagull. This actually is the second Seagull. The original is in another case. They sent me a second Seagull, and oddly enough, I had the exact same issue. I couldn't lock it up on a slow roll. I had to flick it open. Now, I did all the same stuff. I even used the original liners onto the second one. I used the replacement liners on the second one. I I bent that liner to a crazy extent of where it got to the point it now locked up. But then I couldn't close it unless I used two hands. I had to hold the knife, use my other hand and that thumb to wrench that lock open, and then I could close the knife. So I was having problem after problem, and this was already my second seagull. So they said, okay, I showed them videos and all this other stuff. They understood. And to Kaiser's credit, because, again, I was having a lot of problems with this knife, but Kaiser did take care of me. Their customer service has been excellent. Okay, so I want to make sure I get that across. I might have had problems with the Kaiser knife, but their customer service is excellent. I have a lot of Kaisers, and this is the only knife that I've had that I had this much issue with. So they went and sent me another knife, but they gave me the choice to just go with a whole different model. So I went with a different model. But before I show you that model, I did do some work on this knife that would probably, I don't know if it's a design flaw or what. Maybe it was something in processing. Because they were telling me they weren't seeing the issue from anybody else, or at least not a lot. I did something to this knife that would probably have voided the warranty. But because it was at the point that it wasn't working, they sent me another knife. I didn't have to worry about returning this because it really wasn't working. And if you can't slow open a knife, I believe it's kind of dangerous, because if you slow open rolled it, it didn't lock. You went to go use it, it closed. These things are sharp as hell. Okay, Kaiser does have a good edge on this thing. You could lose a finger. But I actually took it back apart, and the way the liner on this works is, if you look, it doesn't lock up at this point here. Now, I don't have one taken apart, but a lot of times a liner lock will lock at this point, like right under in the front. It actually locks up inside. This liner extends probably to the middle of this, like where my nail is. It extends about that far in. And then there's a cutout on the blade. Okay, it's almost like a rectangular cutout, so it fits in there. If it works properly, there's a chunk of metal in that liner lock that fits into that cutout. It actually would make for a very, very secure lockup, because it's not at just this one little point. Okay. So what I did, as you can see now, I can close it one-handed. I can roll open, it'll lock. I can flick it up. Now it's working perfectly fine. But what I had to do is I went in there and I took a little file and I started reshaping the inside of the blade a little bit, where the lock face meets the blade, and a little bit on the liner itself. So I took a file and just carefully, I would do a little bit, check the lockup. Do a little bit, check the lockup. Do a little bit, check the lockup. I did. I can't remember. I don't know how long I spent on this. I finally got this working. Now, granted, this would have been something I wouldn't have done otherwise, because it would have voided the warranty. But since, that's now passed, I finally managed to get this thing to work. Now I got to do that to the original. I'm going to take the file down to the original, see if I can't get that one to work, because the original still, I'll slow roll it open and then I can just close it. But now I've got the second one. It took me a while to do, believe me. It was a pain in the ass, because you don't want to take too much. Otherwise, you do too much, you can't put it back. So I just kept taking off little by little until it would finally lock up, and there's no movement on the blade. It's not wiggly. It's not loose. In fact, it works fantastic now. Nicely centered in there. If you can, So it ended up becoming a project knife, which is a shame. Now, I've put word out, asked if anybody else had the issue. I haven't heard anything, so maybe mine was kind of isolated. It's just weird that I would have two knives that did exactly the same thing. But I got this one working, which is kind of cool, and I'm really happy with that, because I do like the knife. I just wish I didn't run into a problem with it like I did. Now, that being said, the replacement that they sent, again from Kaiser, this one is one that I don't already have in my collection. I do have a lot of Kaiser, although I haven't bought any new Kaiser in a while, aside from, what was the last Kaiser I got? I can't even remember what the last Kaiser I got was. Probably the Trestle, which is a slip joint knife. This is their sheepdog, and I got this one mainly because it was the same price since they were doing a replacement. I didn't want to sit there and go, well, I want that $300 one or whatever. I just went one that with a model that I didn't have, one that I could carry, and was the same price. And the sheepdog fit all that. This one is a black micarta. This one has a sheep's foot blade, and this one has a button activated liner lock. As you can see there's a button there, a little half moon. You got a thumb hole for deployment. I believe this is Nitro V steel on this one. Really good cleaver-like blade on this. And you got the black micarta. We have reversible pocket clip, which I love the deep carry pocket clip on this one. I love how they bent the tip down, and it's not very high. You got some backs or some standoffs there. On the back, you can see the liner in the back there with a button attached. Now, I did already unbox this and tested it out, of course. Locks up perfectly fine. And even with a slow roll, nice, cool lockup. I love that cleaver-like sheep's foot. Very slicey. You got some jimping on the back here. Easy to access thumb hole for your thumb, or if you want to reverse flick, it's really easy to do. And that button lock works phenomenally. It makes it really easy. I don't have to throw my thumb across. I'm moving, where the blade moves in. This one I thought was pretty well set. It's just a hair off. I think it's because I was playing around with it. I actually took it apart to take a look. So I don't think I tightened it entirely like I should have, because when you tighten the pivot, you can adjust how that blade sits in the well. I don't know where I put my tool. Where is it? There it is. It's buried underneath all the boxes. There might have been burrs, like you said, Crow. All I know is I did file away a little bit, and it took a while because, like I said, you can't put anything back. If you file too much, you're kind of screwed. So I was trying to be ultra careful about how much I would file away. I would take the file and I would run it across each, one face. I didn't do the whole thing. I'd run it across one face, a couple times. Because remember, it's almost a box-like face inside that liner lock. It's not just two flat spots sort of sitting together. And I just carefully did one or two passes on one side. I try it. One or two passes on the other side, try it again, and I kept going back and forth. So yeah, it took me a long time. I just wanted to see if I can get it to work and if my theory was right. I mean, there could have been a small burr or something. Either way, the filing took care of it, and I didn't have any problems now with the knife. Okay, let me see if I can. No. Okay, I got it in there. Wanted to make sure that I had it all the way, because I did futz around with this one since I got it from Kaiser. Nothing that would have voided the warranty. I didn't go and adjust anything. I just wanted to take a good look at the innards. But otherwise, awesome knife from Kaiser. I have a bulldog that I really like. The sheepdog, pretty or close to similar, except the bulldog I have was designed by Osho. It has their clutch lock, which is a crossbar lock. I really wanted something with a button activated liner lock. I like that Kaiser is starting to do more and more of these, of the button liner locks. And I think as we see how, because they're very secure lockups. The way they have the lockup, like in the middle or towards the back, they're easy to use. I really see a lot of manufacturers probably going to something like this over like the original button lock, which was a plunger lock. Now Civivi makes a really great plunger button lock, but the problem with plunger button locks, I noticed with some other manufacturers, is they're probably one of the weaker of the two locks, or of the type of button locks that you'll find around. And I've noticed that on some less expensive models, I got a cheap one that had I'm not gonna say the manufacturer, because they do have some really good knives, but it could have been just mine. But if you banged it on the table enough, that button lock would fail and the knife would close. But from what I've heard, they're probably one of the weaker. The plunger locks tend to be like some of the weaker pocket knife locks around. Civivi makes some great ones. I remember testing some of my Civivis out that had plunger button locks, and you could bang on those things all day on a table, they wouldn't close. So I guess it kind of depends on the manufacturer. If they do a lot of button locks like Civivi does, I trust their button locks more than a lot of other button locks that other manufacturers have. The plunger lock type, specifically. So, but Geyser is really knocking it out of the park with these liner lock button locks. They're super secure. They're easy to use, and I just hope to see them do more with it. I'd love to see more of these over more crossbar locks, because like I said, I'm kind of feeling crossbar lock fatigue. I have so many crossbar locks. Unless it has, I'm at the point where if I see a crossbar lock, I'm like, I'm not really excited about it. Unless there's something else that really, really excites me about the knife. I'll probably gloss over a knife if it has another crossbar on it, simply because I have so many of them. But really like this new one, a replacement for the Seagull. I'm glad I got the Seagull working. It just took a ton of work. So that's from Kaiser. And I want to start it off because that's actually one I didn't technically have to buy. The next ones, this one was kind of I bought this. Why am I banging on the table? To test the locking system. I'll open the knife up, and if it's like a plunger lock, if you were to go like wrap, okay, because to essentially simulate if you bumped into something as you're using a knife, can you imagine holding your knife, doing something, accidentally, say, bringing it up, and then hitting something on the back of the blade, and then the knife closing on you? Not something that a lot of people would be happy with. So that's why I'm very concerned about lockups. Like the Seagull, when I slow rolled it open, if something bumped into it and it closed on me, I wouldn't be very happy. But yeah, you can test a lock, bang it lightly on the table like this. Obviously, if it's a good lockup, it won't move. There's no movement on this thing at all. Nice solid lockup on that guy. Love that knife. This one is from Dream Tech. I see a lot of these on Whatnot. Admittedly, I got this because I was trying to enter a giveaway. Because a lot of times, a lot of sellers will do, a lot of sellers on Whatnot will do a buyer's giveaway. You can buy anything from their shop, anything from their auctions. It generally doesn't even matter the cost. Like you can buy, like, if they're selling like a sticker for $1, that'll usually get you into their buyer's auction. This one, I believe I got this from Blade City, trying to get into one of their, is it either Blade City or Going Gear? I'm pretty sure this is Blade City. I'd like to say it was Blade City. Could have gone either way. Crap, damn it. Now I can't remember. Blade City and Going Gear are two other sellers that I do a lot of business with. And I get a lot of stuff from both. That's where I like to get a lot of my modern knives. You know what? I'm going to check because I'm sitting here talking out of my ass. And I can't remember who I got this from now. It's going to bug the crap out of me. So give me a second. I'm going to check my Whatnot. I know Morgan's going to get a kick out of this one because she's going to love the colors of these. No sarcasm whatsoever. And sometimes I get so much stuff, I get confused as to who I get the knife from. Oh no, this one is from Going Gear. Ah, okay, I got this from Going Gear. Oh, okay, I remember what the giveaway might have been. Anyway, this is a Dream Tech. This, well, first of all, I haven't done anything with. So we've got a tool here. Comes with a tool, microfiber cleaning cloth. Dream Tech customer service. We got a little inedible candy. So you guys get a complete unboxing. Yeah, is this a sticker or is this just cardboard? I want to say that's a sticker. I don't know. We got another sticker, Dream Tech sticker, but more cardboard. We have, extra screws. I always love seeing extra screws. And this is a donut. I didn't have a donut before, so I'm kind of excited to get a donut. Now, they're not the only ones to do this. I forgot who started this trend, but I believe they were called Desert Warriors. A little play on Desert Warriors. The reason why they call them donuts is they do them in this like pink icing color, a lot of times with sprinkle colors on them. And sometimes it's just the scales, sometimes it's just the blades. This is a Dream Tech. This has, I forgot the name of their lock. Actually, this is a liner lock. I remember Dream Techs, a lot of times they'll have like a pivot button lock. This one's a liner lock. This one is done in I don't know if it's a rose gold or just a brown coating. Focus. There's a Dream Tech logo there. But yeah, this is the donut. Yeah, I knew you were going to love this, Morgan. I know you want one really bad now. Surprisingly nice, though. I mean, now, obviously, they have other knives in non-donut colors, but it was a really inexpensive knife. If I remember correctly, I think I got this for around $35. It was what I was willing to do to get into the giveaway. Unfortunately, I didn't win the giveaway, but I came away with my first donut Dream Tech. Again, they're not the ones that started this trend. I forgot who it was. I'd like to almost say it might have been Kaiser. I could be wrong. I don't know who came out with the Desert Warriors. Maybe somebody in chat can tell me. But this one is a liner lock, as you can see there. This one is more like your standard liner lock, where the liner lock, like a flat lock, just sort of meets the bottom portion of that blade. That's where the lockup is. Like I said, the Seagull's a little different, where it locks up inside a little bit. It's just really interesting. Next time I take... Oh, wait. You know what? Do I have the replacement liner lock here? It just occurred to me that I might have the replacement liner lock sitting around here. No, I don't. I might have put it away. I thought I had it next to me. Poop. Oh, well. I'll have to see if I can find it later. Then maybe I can show you guys. So that way I can show you how it locks up without having to take apart a knife. But let me put all this in the box. Otherwise, I got stuff going everywhere. But just a neat little knife from Dream Tech. I see Dream Techs a lot on Whatnot. They seem to be pretty popular budget knives because they're not terribly expensive. They come in different... Obviously, they have a ton of different models, ton of different materials. I've got a couple Dream Techs now. I forgot how many. This is probably like my... maybe my second or third one. I'm trying to remember where I put my other Dream Techs. They're in a case somewhere. Let me check this other case. Ugh. Hopefully nothing falls out. No, this is all... That's all my case knives. My case knives in a case. Huh. Where did I put my other Dream Techs? Thought I had them around here somewhere. No, that's not it. Okay, I thought I had them around here somewhere. Guess not. I don't know. I do not know where I put them. Anyway, they're actually pretty nice knives. A lot of the more popular ones have a pivot lock, which is a button lock active. It's a button actuated liner lock, and the button is on the pivot. I've have other knives that are similar. Like I have a Cobra Tech one, I have a Defcon one that has a similar locking system. A lot of the Dream Techs have it as well. This one happens to be a liner lock. And they're just overall decent knives that you can get for not too much monies. But they seem to be pretty popular on Whatnot. Now, this particular one is in D2 steel, coated D2. These are made in China. And believe this is G10 scales. Done up like a donut. So, just pretty decent knives. Now, this one does have a rear flipper and a front flipper to it. Let's see the front flipper. Okay, not hard to do. And solid lockup. Nice size handle. I don't know the length of this blade. How long is this blade? Because I don't have really a lot of detail on these. These seem to be harder for me to find online. But just over 3 1/4 inches. We're looking at just almost 7 1/2 inches total length when opened. They don't have a cutout on their scale, so kind of have to really get in there to get that liner lock. But it's not hard to do. I don't have to dig my nail in, which is actually really nice. Very well centered. Like I said, no blade play. Really decent pocket clip on this one. Is that reversible? Yeah, reversible pocket clip. So you can go left or righty. And I didn't see much in the way of branding on this knife. You got some by the pivot there. The Dream Tech logo on the button. Dream Tech on the pocket clip. But not a bad knife. Not a bad knife for like 30, 35 bucks, if I remember correctly. Paulie, how you doing? You whack tested the lock on the knife you're playing with right now, and it failed and slammed shut. Repeated, and still a lock fail. Oh, snap. Uh-oh, what knife was that? Yeah, I've taken to being very careful because I've had old knives that would do that, like that Seagull. Except when I first started collecting, I just would collect anything that I thought looked neat. And obviously, when I first started collecting, I didn't make anywhere, I was making pennies. So I'd grab whatever neat looking tactical gas station knife you could find. And I realized that's why there's a lot of them are so inexpensive. Some of them I've had in the past, they were just downright dangerous to use. I thought they looked cool, but they're probably more of a danger to me than anything else. And now there's a few manufacturers I do a lot of business with. I do get curious on some, but I'm very careful. I'm much more careful now as to what finds its way into my collection. Mainly because I've had knife locks fail. And that can be pretty bad, especially if you're counting on the knife itself in an emergency. You don't want your tool to fail when you need it most. So the Dream Tech, solid lockup, inexpensive. Like this, no problem. Locks up really well. D2 steel will keep its edge for a very, very good long time. I think the only real downsides to D2 steel is... First of all, D2 is a semi-stainless, so they're not entirely stainless steel, so they could rust on you if you don't wipe them down. Maybe keep them a little, put a little oil on them. Now, there is a coating on this one, which will probably help with its corrosion resistance, but you still want to make sure you wipe the blade down when you're done using it. And also, with D2 steel, while it has great edge retention, because of the hardness of the steel, they tend to be a little harder to sharpen. They're a little harder to maintain once they do start to get a little dull. They'll hold their edge for a good long time. but it's going to take some work if it finally does get dull to get it back to that same sharp edge. So it does take a little bit more work. But you can get D2 steel at a relatively inexpensive knife, like, you know, something like this, and they do the job. I've got quite a few knives that are D2 steel. I prefer other steels mainly because I like my steels to be more corrosive resistant. You know, I want them to be stainless steels because there's a lot of times where I might leave this in like the car, like I might leave a knife in a car or in my car, I used to, when I was fishing a lot, I just throw a knife in my tackle box, and if you had something that wasn't stainless steel, even stainless steel, if you weren't careful, would rust on you, but something that wasn't stainless steel wouldn't last very long at all and would rust almost immediately. So that's why I like stainless steels for my knives. I'll still have D2. I'll just make sure to take better care of them. All right. So, yeah, let me know what kind of knife that was. Make sure to stay away from that one if it's failing to lock. Now, this one is the one I've been waiting for. I've been waiting for a lot of these knives. But this one had me excited because of it's an update to a knife that I really, really love. Now, before I got a lot of my Spyderco, admittedly, a lot of my Spyderco take up a lot of time in my pocket, and I just like carrying those. Before then, one of my favorite knives to carry is this one here. This one spent a lot of time in my pocket. This is the Vosteed Porcupine. It's a button liner lock. This was at a time where if you wanted a button liner lock, Vosteed was one of the only ones making them. The Porcupine has a really nice wide-bellied blade to it. Really slicey knife. I love the thumb hole on this one. Very easy to use. Perfect blade length for me. I really like the size of this one. And I carried this a lot. This still is one of my favorite knives to carry in my collection. One of the favorite knives for a lot of people, the Vosteed Porcupine. This one happens to be in blue micarta. We got 14C28 end steel. Like I said, a very easy to use button actuated liner lock. Really secure lockup on this. And great pocket clip. Loved carrying this knife. Okay, a lot of jimping everywhere, giving you a really good grip, like on the back, over towards the front of the tip. Even some jimping down here where you have your other fingers, and in the back as well. Like, just a really well-designed knife, in my opinion. Love, love, love this knife. And the reason why I bring this out is because they did an upgrade to this knife, and I was really excited. This would be the Vosteed Porcupine TI Slim. Now I haven't opened this up yet. Got 20 billion knives here. Open the Porcupine with a porcupine. There we go. I'll put this back because that's not one of the new ones. Excuse me. Got your cat's alley. You love it. You have to put a picture. You got a new case. The Kinzua? Really? Contact Case. They will take care of that for you. Case has been pretty good with a lot of, at least from what I've heard with a lot of people that I've known that have dealt with their customer service. They'll take care of that for you. I would contact Case if it's not locking up. It's kind of a shame. Because I do like Case, but I collect more of their traditional knives. I have like one like modern knife from Case, and that would be their, I forgot the name of it. Where is it? I'm getting squirrely. There it is. Longhouse. And I believe this was a 2020, was this a 2025 SHOT Show Longhouse? I think Blue Jean Micarta. top rolls, 20 CV, liner lock. And this is the only like modern knife I have from Case. Really nice knife in my opinion. This one is DLC coated, I believe. But yeah, otherwise normally most of the Case knives I have are traditional styles like this here. Here, let me see here. This is the TI Raccoon Slim. Got a nice little pouch. Put that off to the side. And the knife itself. Hold on, before I go any further, was there anything else in the pouch? We have documentation. I'm guessing there's a microfiber cloth in there. We got super dry packet, and I believe that's it. Yeah, nothing else in the pouch. Let's close that up. Now, this is the TI Slim. Holy crap. They weren't kidding. That is slim. Oh, that is nice looking. Where did I put that other raccoon? There we go. I want to take it and do some comparisons to this. So the TI Slim, now this model is going to be much more expensive than your typical raccoon. We have different materials. Like I said, my original raccoon was Micarta scales. We have full titanium scales on the new model. They replaced a wire clip with a much lower pen style clip. It's not as deep carry, but it's much lower. If I'm not going to do deep carry, I do like these pen style clips. Nicely centered in there. Nice quick look, but holy crap, the difference in thickness. Yeah, definitely slim. We got slimmer stock for the blade. Knife width appears to be, at least handle width, or I don't know what that dimension would be. Roughly the same. Now, the original, you just had some standoffs. We have a partial backliner on the new model, the TI Slim. There is a much bigger difference in that thickness. Let's open this one up. Now, just like the original, it is a button-activated top liner lock. Ooh-hoo. Now, there is a difference in the blade where they do have thumb studs. You got dual thumb studs on this one, whereas the original, I do kind of prefer thumb holes, but I'm not going to argue. We have green, like neon green accents on the thumb studs. That was actually pretty nice. Ooh, the button works pretty well. Easy to grip with my thumb and flick open. Can I reverse flick this thing? Yep. Nice. Button works really well, which is what I would expect. Let's see the lockup on this one. Nice lockup. No movement on that blade at all. Otherwise, very similar profile in the blade shape. You got a very generous finger choil there. Similar jimping as to the original, also in the finger choil. Not as much jimping as the original one. You don't have the jimping here where the fingers would be. You have a little less jimping on the back, but the texture, the way they etch the texture on the titanium, you get a good deal of grip there. That is so much more thinner. Holy crap. Like this now, it makes this one feel like a chonky boy. This one, it's still comfortable to hold though. Like I wasn't sure about how that would feel being so thin. But it's still really comfortable to hold. I love the blade shape. Let's see. Ooh, Okay, I gotta test this out. Hold on. I started reading this magazine, but it'll have to be sacrificed for this. I don't need the table of contents. I'll just go with. Let's cut this part up. Okay, so starting from the choil. Whoa. That is a nice edge on this guy. Trying to feel for any flat spots or burrs from choil to tip. That just glides through. That's a really nice edge Vosteed put on this one. Nice and super smooth edges on the paper. I can do swirling cuts without even with how wide the blade is. I can do swirling cuts without an issue. That's nice and much thinner stock too. What's the steel they use? Okay, the steel is different. Whereas the original was 14C28N steel, this one's 154CM. So we have a bit of an upgrade to the steel as well. So we have titanium scales, a bit of an upgrade to the blade steel. This is nice. I like how they did the patterning on the pocket clip to match the scales. I do like the green accent. Looks really good on this gray. Just a hint of color in an otherwise all gray knife. Let's look at the billboarding. We got Vosteed on one side, 154CM on the other, and taking a close look. Are those all T8s? Tell me these are all T8s. And that that one. Tell me. Okay, pivots probably T. Yep. Body screw. Even the pocket clip is done in all T8s all over. That I really like. Don't need more than one tool to deal with it. So T8s all around. That's awesome. Even on the pocket clip itself. I really like that. Was this the same way, or did they have... I forget if they had a differing size on this one. They might have been all T8s on the original as well. That's not a T8. That is way off a T8. Hold on a second. Where's my T8? There we are. So pivot's always going to be T8. There we go. I can't remember if the original was all T8s. Yep, body screws are T8s. And yeah, even the pocket clip on the original was also T8. Check this other side. Yep, T8s all around. Vosteed, awesome. Freaking love you. Vosteed's always been pretty good. There's a lot of other knives I want to get from Vosteed, but I saw the TI Slim, the porcupine being one of my favorite knives from Vosteed, that once I saw this came out, I had to get my hands on it. That is, not to mention pretty. They do come in different colors. I usually prefer non-coated blades, which is why I went with this one. And I did like the sharp look of this natural or gray titanium. Really nice. Oh, this is going to find a lot of time in my pocket. That is, and it's so light in comparison. Hold on a second. We're going to do another look. Got my scale out. Let's see the weight difference on these things. I haven't done a video on this. This is my first time looking at this thing. I'm going to have to do a more detailed video later because we've got more stuff I've got to go through. So the original, we're looking at 3.14 ounces. Okay. And then the TI Slim, we are looking at 2.93. So a bit lighter than the 3.2 or the 3.1417 by about like 3 ounces or something like that. So a good deal. Like, to me, it doesn't seem like much, but I can definitely feel it. Maybe it's just because of the slimness of this knife, because that's crazy how slim they got this thing. I really thought I really was concerned like how it was going to feel in my hand, but I no longer have that concern. It feels really good. Now, yeah, it does feel really thin. Pocket clip, barely even know it's there. Even with a Gorilla Grip. So the pocket clip is freaking amazing in terms of like when you're gripping it, nice and strong and springy. Yeah, this one's going to be one that's going to be spending time in my pocket, just like this fellow was. I still love this knife. This is awesome. And I'm trying to remember what the price was on this, because this is going to be considerably more expensive than your typical Vosteed Vosteed porcupine. I keep wanting to say raccoon because I have a raccoon. That was also a widely popular knife. The Vosteed porcupine, the original one, on Vosteed's website anyway, they're running roughly about $69, so $70, give or take, depending on literally the materials, because there are some that have like, you know, different G10 patterns or micarta patterns. The originals all came with 14C28N steel. So yeah, anywhere from $69 to, I think the more fancy ones run about $72 for the original porcupine. The TI Slims are going to run you a bit more because, like I said, there's an upgrade to the steel. You have full titanium scales, titanium pocket clip, and let's see, on those, okay, I don't know why I'm not able to find it now. That's Amazon. Go away. I didn't want Amazon. I wanted their I wanted Vosteed's website. So the TI Slim top liner lock. These are going to run you at least on Vosteed's website $139, and on Vosteed's website it looks like the majority are all sold out. So you're gonna have to go through a different retailer if you want to grab a hold of these. But yeah, these are considerably more expensive. I think there's another one. Like I said, these all come with 154 cm steel for $139. They do have another model which is also sold out that comes with even more of an upgrade, where you have an S90V steel blade, and that, again, titanium handle, looks like it's stone washed. Those are going to run you about $180 for the S90V steel. Oh, I did see that. So this does have a hair of a longer blade than the original porcupine. The original porcupine is 2.99 inches. This one's going to be 3.04 inches for the blade length, so just a hair bigger. But holy crap, does this feel nice. I just... that's so good. Was waiting for this one. Super excited it came out, and I was worried about that size, but not anymore. I was worried about the thinness, because I noticed a few manufacturers coming out with thinner knives, Benchmade being one of them. They have a whole series. I think they're coming out with just really thin knives, and then I saw this one from Vosteed, because Benchmades tend to be like, woo, pricey. This one was a much more affordable knife to me, and I'm really glad I have it, especially since the porcupine's been a big favorite of mine. So that's the Vosteed porcupine. Really? The Vosteed porcupine TI Slim. Awesome knife. I kind of want another one. I'm gonna have to hope to see if I can get one of those other colors. I wonder if I can get a deal. I'll probably go through Whatnot, see if I can't get a deal on there, because I know I've seen them on Whatnot. Let's take a look next at the last one. The last one's a little different, and I just heard somebody yelling. Hold on a second. Be right back. I just want to make sure everything's okay. So be right back. I completely forgot. My girlfriend's streaming on Twitch. If you haven't checked her out, she's streaming a video game on Twitch. She's discovered a new love for streaming, which is great because it helps. She's kind of a social butterfly, but with her disabilities, it's really hard to get out. And so now she's finding that she gets to interact with people online on Twitch while she's playing video games. So it's been really cool. I don't know if anybody here would be interested in checking that out. Let me see if I can find the link to it, because I know I don't have things set up on this channel like I normally do with my other video game channels. So I'm just going to go ahead and do a little cross promotion here. Give me a second. Let me just find her channel. And I'm just going to share it here real quick. If you're interested, go say hi. But that's my girlfriend. She's playing Overcooked on Twitch. There you go. In fact, I haven't done anything to share my own channel, I just realized. And I'm going to pop that out on my own channel, because I completely forgot. Where are we at? There we are. Does whack test lock fail occur on top liner lock knives? Not as often that I've seen. Or actually, I don't recall ever seeing a top liner lock fail like that. Usually, if I've seen a lock fail, the locks that seem to fail the most when you whack them from the back, that sounds weird, tend to be like the plunger style button lock. And then from there, I've noticed, like I said, that liner lock that I have. Liner locks have been known to do that on occasion if it's not done well. And I'm trying to think of, yeah. It would probably be the plunger style button lock is probably the most infamous for doing that. And it's not to say that locks won't ever fail. It almost doesn't matter. It's still possible for any folding lock to fail. Just some are more prone to it than others. Some are a lot more secure and on solid than others. Like the most secure, as far as I've been told, the strongest locking mechanism on a folding knife was probably the triad lock from Cold Steel. The triad lock from Cold Steel has probably one of the strongest locking mechanisms because of the way it's made. It's like it's a variation of a lockback. The way they have it is, as opposed to the way the lockback or the way the triad lock works, is there's 3 points where the locking mechanism actually makes contact. So you essentially have 3 nice spots where it locks up securely against on the blade, and and it's just a really they tend to be larger chunks of steel. So those tend to be super strong. I think I have one Cold Steel that has a triad lock. I might have another one. This would be an example. This is a Tough Light. This one actually has a triad lock on it. They look like your typical lockback, except of just how these two, like how the backliner spring essentially contacts the back of the blade. You've got 3 points there that they end up locking up against, and just makes it super secure, even over a typical back lock. Top liner locks are known to be really, really secure locking systems because of the way and where they lock up in the knife. The example of a plunger button lock, and I don't want to give this a bad name because Civivi makes great plunger style button locks. But to give you an idea, this is a plunger style button lock. I don't know if it's going to show. Here we go. This is an Elementum 2, super popular knife. These are great knives. I carry one of these all the time as well. On occasion, I still will. These are fantastic knives, so I'm not trying to downplay them because Civivi makes great plunger style button locks. I mean, they're probably the most solid plunger style button locks you'll find around. But this is what a plunger style looks like from the back. If it'll focus. There we go. I got to be careful with the blade. You can see there is a plunger that, whoops, I'm hitting all the things. There's a plunger that drops down once the blade is opened up and locks the blade in place. When you press the button, that little plunger gets pushed out of the way, and then the blade can close. That's a plunger style button lock. Okay. Now, the problem that people find with these plunger styles, because they're rounded and the amount and points of contact, that the way they're shaped, poorly made plunger style button locks can fail a whack test pretty easily. Like I said, Civivi makes really good ones though, so I don't ever expect this to really fail. You know, nice and solid. Back liner locks, they're kind of like I know they're different, but they're kind of like the compression locks from Spyderco. They're a liner lock, except the positioning of the lock and the liner is towards the back and middle. And so the places where they make contact are much more secure and stronger than your typical liner lock, which is why these have gained a lot more popularity. And because of that, also the fact that you can actuate them with a button, you don't have to put your thumb over to push a liner out of the way, just have made them super popular because they're solid locking mechanisms, easy to use. And I hope they continue to gain more and more traction. I know, like we saw from Kaiser, like Kaiser's probably resemble Spyderco's compression lock a little bit more, but you can just see the liner. Yep, if it'll focus, you can just see the liner there. Again, it makes the way it makes contact underneath compared to where a lot of liner locks make contact like just right at the bottom here and towards the front. And if they're not done well, like, you know, like say, I'm going to see if I can force this to lock up poorly. But like if they don't lock up, like, hold on. I've had some cheaper knives, like, you know, they'll lock up like this, where the lock is just under the blade. Now it is locked, but if it gets whacked a few times, there's not a lot of it underneath the blade. And then if that moves, that blade is going. Now this one is a pretty secure liner lock because you can see it locks well underneath the blade. So I don't think this is going to have a problem about failing a whack test or anything like that. But really cheap, poorly made liner locks have been known to fail a whack test as well. So, Terry, how you doing? Now, and like you said, and it's not just any folding knife lock can fail if you abuse it terribly. I mean, I could probably get this liner lock to fail if I just started whacking it and whacking the back against concrete. But then so would a lot of other locks, not just top liner lock. I mean, I could probably get this to fail if I hammered it on concrete like crazy. You know, no knife is meant to take that abuse. So my concern is when I get a knife and if I were to open it slowly, like the problem I was having with that Seagull is if I open it slowly all the way, it should lock up. Like this one, secure lockup, and I rolled it open really slow. I shouldn't have to flick a knife open to get it to lock up securely. That Seagull wouldn't lock up if I did it slowly like this. It would, if I open it slow, I could literally just close the knife by folding my hands over like a taco. And so I'd actually gone through a lot of my knives to see if any other knives behaved the same way. Thankfully, none of my other knives did. But the reason why I check things like that is because it can be a really dangerous thing if you're using it in an emergency. You're relying on this tool at a time where, you know, if it's an emergency, your life could depend on it. And if it doesn't lock up properly, you could end up either doing more harm to yourself, or, I mean, it just ends up becoming a piece of junk and can't help you like it should be able to. And, you know, I think a good lockup, obviously, on a folding knife is super. It's paramount next to how well the blade's made itself and everything else. If a folding knife doesn't lock up the way it's supposed to, then why bother it? The only exception is, like, you know, slip joint knives. These don't lock up, but that's the whole point. Is it's a non-locking blade, but you still have a nice strong spring in the back that keeps it from falling shut on your fingers. That spring is what helps keep it open, and then you just simply fold it over. This one has a half stop, which means it has a second place where the knife will sort of like snap to before closing all the way, like that. Not all traditional knives have half stops. This one doesn't have a half stop, I believe. No, it has a nice strong spring. It springs. It sort of locks in place. Sorta. It's not a lock. It's held in place, open by the spring. So then you do whatever you need to do, and then you fold it over closed. My thing is, if you have a knife you expect to lock up and it doesn't, that's where it gets dangerous. Where do backlocks stand? Hey, Ascens, how you doing? What do you mean, where do backlocks stand? Like your typical backlock? The typical backlock, if I remember, they were created by Buck. They wanted something that would lock, that would be able to be used for harder use things. Like, where's my Buck 110 again? I had that out just a moment ago to show you guys. There we are. They're very secure locks. This is your typical lock back or back lock. This is a buck 110. I modified mine so it has a thumb stud. Typically, you won't have that thumb stud there. This one's a nail nick. And then you open it up. Once you open it up, it locks in place with this spring here. This spring has like this piece that fits into a notch, I believe, that's inside the blade, or like on the inside towards where the pivot is. And when you open it, you can see how the spring moves back when the blade is moving. Okay. I don't know if you can see that a little closer. You can see the spring move out of the way. When the blade is fully opened, it settles in and then locks the blade in place. Now, the only way to close that is you have to press back here. That moves it out of there, that detent, and then you can close the blade all the way. That's how backlock works. Now, they're pretty simple from what I understand. I had a plastic one. Hold on. I actually got a kit that I gave to my girlfriend. And is this it? Yes. It was made by Jin, Jin, and it comes in pieces, and you can put these things together. I don't know why I didn't pull this out first, because this would be an easier way to show you. So this is all G10, by the way. When you buy this kit, it comes in pieces, and you put it together. And the cool thing about these things is you get to see the internals of how a knife works. Now, the way this works, I don't know if you can see it inside. The end of, oh, maybe not. I thought this might be see-through. Shoot. Let me see if you can see it in the camera. So this piece, it's almost like an L shape. So you got the long spring, and then you got this little kind of like bit here that sticks out. And when the blade opens, you can see the notch. See this little notch on the back of the blade? Yeah, it's like a camo. It's like urban camo. See this notch in the back of the blade? Once that opens, that spring is going to fit right into that notch and settle in. And then that locks the blade in place. Okay? That's how backlock works. They're pretty secure. I mean, they should last a good long time. But the reason why Cold Steel created their triad lock is because, I mean, if you have a really, really old knife and it's been open and closed hundreds and hundreds, and I'm talking like thousands probably, if not like, multiple thousands of times, it is possible that can start to wear down. Okay. It really only holds the blade locked. It has like one real spot of contact in there that's holding the blade and keeping it from moving. Okay. Just one point of contact. It's solid enough because a lot of times, you've got nice thick metal, you got a nice thick blade, the notch is nice and robust. So it could take a while, but it's possible it could wear down over time. And eventually you'll get something like, you might get a little bit of blade play because the lock's starting to wear down a little. It'll still lock up, but the blade will feel like it's a little loose in there, and things like that. Still a very solid lockup. And that's why Cold Steel created their triad lock. It has now 3 points of contact, so they're all helping. All 3 points are helping keeping that blade locked open. But yeah, very secure lockup system. And then you have some other lockup systems that are, you got some weird lockup systems. I mean, probably some of the strongest out there. Crossbars are really solid locking systems. I think the biggest complaint about crossbars have to be the Omega springs. A lot of people I've heard, now it's never happened to me yet, and I have a lot of crossbar locks. I tend to fidget a lot with my knives, but I think I don't know if I'm lucky or whatever. Hey, a Prelude, how you doing? I don't know if I'm lucky, but a lot of people have mentioned that they've had crossbar locks fail because the spring inside the crossbar lock, it's called an omega spring. It's a really interesting, hold on. I have a knife that'll show it to you. And I love these knives, by the way. Kaiser makes a great crossbar lock. Here it is. This is a Kaiser drop bear, one of their earlier drop bears. This happens to have clear acrylic handles, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. That curly piece of metal that you see there, that is an omega spring. And essentially you have that, it has a little thing, a little tiny tip that goes into this hole. And this one has a few different holes, so you can actually adjust the tension. And the spring bends around, and then it hooks around that crossbar lock. And you have one on each side. Now, by nature, the crossbar lock is pretty solid because you have this bar of metal that settles into the notch of the, into a notch. And then that knife pretty much is not going to be moving. Okay. But people have said that these have a tendency to break real easily, these springs. And if they break, that compromises the strength of that lockup. Because if you were to whack it, say, and then the bar moved a little bit, and just a little bit, you see it's starting to, like when it's locked up properly, no movement on that blade. And these are great knives, by the way. I love these drop bears. But if that spring breaks, and then that bar is able to move, you see it's starting to move. I just moved it a hair. Now the blade can wiggle a bit. And if I move it, I don't even have to move it all the way. Let's see how far I move this thing. Okay, that way. Okay, that's how far I move the lock, and now the blade will shut. Okay. So what's keeping that lock in place are these two omega springs. As long as the omega springs are there and they're working fine, it's great. It locks up nice and solid. It's a secure locking system. You can whack it and you're fine. But yeah, if that spring breaks and you don't realize it, the tension goes away. And then that bar will freely move. And if that bar were to just shift off, there goes your blade. And this is one of the reasons why a lot of people are starting to shy away from crossbar locks. Now, personally, like I've said before, I haven't had a problem with any of my crossbar locks. They have been solid. None of my springs break or have broken. A lot of times, like Kaiser, for example, will when you get a knife from Kaiser, they'll even send you extra omega springs because they're really easy to replace. And I've heard somewhere that Kaiser heat treats their springs in some way. I have no way to confirm it, but I actually just recently heard that they heat treat their springs in some way that makes them very durable. I couldn't tell you. But again, even with that, like I fidgeted with this knife a lot. I've, opening, closing. I'm a fidgeter. And this has so far, this has lasted me a lot of fidgeting. And I haven't had any problem. I haven't had to replace any omega springs on anything. They've all been solid. Not just Kaiser. I have a couple Kershaw's. Like one of my favorite knives from Kershaw, the Bel Air, is a crossbar lock knife. They call it their Duralock. They all have different names, but they're essentially the same thing. Kaiser calls theirs a clutch lock. Benchmade was the one that initially invented and had originally patented the crossbar lock. They called it the access lock, and then the patent ran out. That's why you see crossbar locks everywhere. But, they're very secure as long as the springs hold up. I have never had a failure on it. I don't have too many locks that make me nervous. Probably the only ones that would make, I can't really say anything. Probably the friction locks would probably be the most, I don't know, it would make me nervous because it all depends on how you use the knife. The one thing you got to keep in mind, some knives, you don't use, how do I put this? Make sure you're using the right knife for the job. That's the big thing. you're using the right knife for the job at hand. So, for example, if you're going camping and you decide you want to make some firewood and you want to chop firewood down, I wouldn't use any of these knives. If I was going to baton some wood, and what I mean by baton is they take a piece of wood, they put the knife on the wood, and then they take a stick and they smack at it to essentially chop the wood in half. Okay, that's called batoning. I wouldn't use a folding knife. I wouldn't use any of these knives. I wouldn't use any folding knife. If I was going to do that, I'd use something like this, a fixed blade. Okay, and I'd probably use something bigger than this, but just to give you an idea, I'd use a fixed blade if you're going to baton wood. Okay. If you're opening packages, skinning, if you're skinning game and stuff like that, any of these knives would work great. The only difference really is if you're skinning something. I don't know if I'd use this one because of the point. You don't want to pierce the gut and cause a problem, contaminate your meat. I'd probably use something more along the lines of, well, this one curves back a hair. I'd probably use a thicker bladed skinning knife. They tend to curve back a little bit. Probably the spade blade of a trapper would be great to skin with because it doesn't come to a very prominent point. There's less chance of you cutting through to the gut if you're being careful, like piercing something and contaminating the meat. If you're cutting packages open, boxes, any folding knife, probably one of the more robust ones are these locking, like buck. When it comes to doing a little harder work, Spyderco makes some really good, harder use folding knives because they use washers in the majority of their knives as opposed to ball bearings. While ball bearings make a knife really smooth to manipulate, washers still work really, really well. But the great thing about washers is since you have all that contact, there's a lot less that gets gunked up when you have a blade with washers on the pivot compared to a blade that has ball bearings, because things can get all over into the ball bearings. They can gunk the ball bearings up, and then it becomes harder and harder to deal with and clean. And a lot of times, if I were to throw this in a puddle of dirty mud, my Spyderco will probably still work flawlessly, whereas something like, as much as I like this knife, okay, this one has ball bearings in it. If dirt were to get into the ball bearings of this, it would become all gritty feeling. Like right now it's super smooth, but it might become really gritty feeling. It might not be as smooth, might even lock up at weird points because of all the dirt, until I took it apart to do some cleaning and gave those ball bearings really good cleaning and oiling. So Spyderco does make some really good, harder use folders. But usually with your folding knives, you're opening packages, skinning game, cutting cordage, things like that. You're not whacking and chopping at wood, stuff like that. If you're going to be doing any whacking with a knife, fixed blade. If you need something where you need a little bit more finesse, like you're doing more detailed work, you're carving, you're cutting cords, you needing to slip the point under something so you can cut a cord open packages, folding knives. This is why I like folding knives for everyday use. They're just super handy, great in emergency. They can be manipulated with one hand. The modern knives can be anyway. You can manipulate them with one hand, opening and closing. So if your other hand is like if you're having to hold on something with one hand, you still got a free hand to use your knife. So great in emergency. I still like carrying these traditional knives. So if I'm not in a rush, like if I'm not in a hurry to do anything, these traditional knives I tend to use more than even my modern knives. because, you know, if speed isn't of the essence and I have use of both my hands, I'll just pull my traditional knife out, and then this will do most of the work. I'll do most of my cutting with something like this, and then I'll usually save. I usually won't pull my modern out unless it's an emergency. Like I said, one of my hands is occupied and I can only use one hand, or in just like a special case where I need to use this for whatever reason. You know, I only have one hand to open or close it. Like I was saying before, whatever. It's making sure you have the right knife for the job. If you're using the right knife for a job, you typically don't have to worry about the lock failing or anything like that. If you're using a folding knife and it breaks because you're trying to baton a piece of wood, it wasn't the knife's fault. It wasn't the knife's fault for breaking. It's the person's fault for putting it through something it wasn't built and made to do. Civivi has the Klingman. That's like a triad knife or a trad knife with Nitro V. The Klingman? A trad knife. I have a Klingman. I thought the Klingman I had was liner lock. Was this the Klingman? I believe this is the Klingman. Hold on. It's bugging me now because I have so many knives. Is that the one I'm looking at? Is that the Klingman? Yeah, that's the Klingman. Okay, yeah. This one's front flipper, thumb stud. This one is a liner lock. Solid liner lock on this one. I actually really like this knife. I've carried this on occasion. Really interesting, cool blade shape. I can get a full grip on this one. Liner lock, not the easiest to open, because they don't give you a cutout, but I don't have to dig my nail in. I got a really good lockup on this. Not very heavy, really good size. This would be great for skinning. Really actual nice blade. I like the pen style clip on this one, even though it's not deep carry. Oh, traditional. Keep in mind, you know, I said that plunger locks can be kind of like iffy. Like I said before, Civivi makes some awesome plunger lock knives, though. And as far as plunger lock knives go, I probably trust their plunger locks more than any others. One of my favorite knives from Civivi has a plunger lock, and it's the Ananke. I just really like this knife, and that's a plunger lock. I got this the same time I got the Klingman. There you go, plunger lock. But really nice knife. Good lockup on this one. Really cool looking blade. Just looks neat. Super light. I just really like this knife. It's just this one was another favorite of mine that I like to carry from Civivi. I segued a ton, and I still have one more knife to go through. Hold on. What did I do with my... I had my... Gosh darn it. What did I do to the sheath for my buck? There it is. I have one more new knife. And it's new because it's been a long time since I had something like this. And it was in the title. This is probably the first in many, many years that I've gotten... Uh-oh. Where'd it go? It disappeared on me. There it is. I haven't had one of these since I was a kid. And it is a Swiss Army knife. And not only is it a Swiss Army knife, it is a true Swiss Army knife. Victorinox is the only current creator of an actual Swiss Army knife. Now, the one I have is a special collaboration between Victorinox and SMKW, Smoky Mountain Knife Works, and it is their peanut butter and jelly Swiss Tinker. This one is called the Tinker, and this one has 12 different functions on it. And they call it a peanut butter jelly because this one actually has a graphic of a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. So it's not just the colors of a peanut butter and jelly knife, but an actual graphic. And as you can see, I haven't even opened this thing. We are going to take a look. Let's use one of the new knives. Actually, I want to use this one just because I can. I haven't even opened this thing. We're going to take a quick look. I want to be careful because I don't want to scratch nothing. There's a sharpness test. That one went through like nothing. Just trying to be very careful because I don't want to scratch the knife. Now, the peanut butter jelly knives come in different makes and models because, like I said, anytime you see a peanut butter and jelly knife, it's generally a collaboration between that manufacturer and SMKW. Some of the most popular peanut butter and jelly knives were made by Case. I know they've had collaborations with Bear & Son, obviously Victorinox, and I think they've even had some collaborations with some really. Hold on, who else did they collaborate with? SMKW.com. Where are they? Where are their exclusives? If I just put peanut butter and jelly or PB&J, they'll probably come up on SMK. Yeah, okay. So they've had like ProTech, Savivi. They've got a Savivi Yonder in peanut butter and jelly. Bear & Son, Kershaw, which I happen to have a peanut butter and jelly Kershaw. They have a peanut butter and jelly Heretic Manticore automatic. So yeah, peanut butter and jelly is like SMKW's thing. And this is their Victorinox. Admittedly, I got this because I haven't had a Swiss Army knife and I wanted to get one. And I noticed that SMKW had this running on sale. This particular one is currently still on sale. They have two versions. You have, this is the Tinker, and they have a classic version. Get that in frame. The Tinker, the one I have here, is on sale for $25, normally $35. The classic SD has a little less stuff to it, and that one's on sale for $20, has a similar graphic on it, and normal price on that, you'll save like $5, because normally it was like $25. So this is, again, the Tinker version. You got a little tiny keychain ring here. I haven't got one of these, like I said, and even the one I had as a kid, I don't even think was a true Smith or a true Swiss Army. This would be considered a true Swiss Army. You got SMKW because, again, this is a collaboration between them. And we've got, what do we have all on this one? We got a large blade. Okay. So we got our large blade. And I don't know what kind of steel they use. It just says Swiss made stainless. And ooh, wow, that's sharp feeling. Okay, gotta test that out now. That feels sharp. So out of the way. Oh, yeah, that's sharp. That's not bad for a Swiss Army knife. There's a little bit of dragging there. Not as clean, say, for example, as that Vosteed. But that is slicing through pretty darn well. Not gonna lie, that's pretty good. All right, let's making a mess. So this one, we have a large blade. We have a small blade that looks like it opens opposite. There we are. A small penknife blade there. And we have, good God, how many things? This has 12 things to it. We have a can opener with a screwdriver, which would be, good grief, I don't know which one's which. Oh, can opener with a screwdriver. Lorenza, oh, thank you for the 2. Hey, Peepster, thank you for the, whoa. No problem. Thank you so much. I appreciate the gas money. Thanks for coming by. Half serrated blades, hot or not? Depends. And I hope Akukamanaho. I'm going to call you Aki. My apologies. But welcome to the stream. Let me go over this real quick. We could talk about serrated. So we got a can opener with a screwdriver. We've got a bottle opener with a screwdriver. And is that really? A wire stripper. Huh. Wonder how that works. But you got a wire stripper in there. And then is that a locking thing? Oh, it does lock. Holy crap. I did not realize that locked. I had to pull on the ring to unlock the blade. That was cool. We have a reamer, punch, or owl, or all, or I don't know how you pronounce that. So we got a reamer, a punch there. We have a Phillips there. And you got your key ring. And toothpicks and tweezers. Where are they? There they are. This is the tweezers. This fits right in there. And we got toothpick. Like I said, it's been a long while since I had an actual Swiss Army knife. That's kind of neat. I really like that. I never really intended, I always thought they were kind of like, and they are inexpensive. I don't want to call this like cheap. They are inexpensive. But I tend to carry more things like, like these. But I can see why people would like the Swiss Army knife. I mean, it's just got quite a few things to it. Very capable blade. That thing was sharp. Again, I don't know the kind of steel that's on there. And you have two blades in case one dulls and you're still needing to use something. So that's kind of cool. And then you got all those other tools like the screwdriver, the Phillips. I mean, I have other multi-tools, so I never saw myself as having a need for a Swiss Army, but considering the very compact size compared to like my Leatherman, which is kind of immense in comparison to this, I could see why people would like these. And then the peanut butter and jelly just looks neat. And an actual Swiss Army knife. So that's pretty cool. That's the other one that I got. So these are all I got a lot of new knives this last week. Oh my God. This is crazy. A lot of new knives this last week. A lot of Case, Hen and Rooster, which I haven't gotten one of those in a while. The donut. I don't know the actual name to this one. I call it a donut because it's the donut color with the sprinkles. Vosteed porcupine TI Slim, which is freaking awesome. Kaiser's sheepdog, and now I have my first in a long time Swiss Army knife. So there we go. Now back to that question: half serrated blades, hot or not? Here's the issue I have with serrated blades. First of all, as you might have noticed, I don't have too many serrated blades. In fact, I don't think I have any. The reason being is I tend to maintain all my own knives, and serrated blades are kind of a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm not gonna lie. Like if you want to sharpen them, they're kind of. Well, I know I have one somewhere around here. Let me see if I can find it. In fact, I know it's a half serrated, and it's made by Kershaw. I do remember that. I just don't know if I have it in any one of these cases. I can't. If I do have it in one of these cases, I can't remember where. I'm trying to see if I can find it, then I can show you guys a little better. Nope, that ain't it. If it's gonna be in a case, it's got to be in here. That's not it. Or is that one of them? Hold on. Nope. That's not it. That's not even a Kershaw. That's not. Where did I put it? Huh. Okay, I don't know where it's at. I thought I had it around here somewhere. I guess not. The issue I have with serrated blades, mainly for me, it's how irritating it is to maintain them. Having to keep them sharp. If they dull, they can be a big pain in the butt to resharpen. And I know there's a lot of tools out there that help and what have you, but I personally don't like having to deal with sharpening a serrated edge. Maybe I'm just lazy. That could be it. Is this it? Found it. Good. This makes it a little easier for me to talk about. So this is my Kershaw. This one, I can't remember the name of. It's a Ken Onion design, 8CR 13 MOV steel. So inexpensive Kershaw. This one is an auto assist, or not an auto. It's an assist. So it does have a spring tension to it. And hold on. I thought I heard something. Okay, hang on a second. Be right back. Gosh darn it. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I heard somebody at the door. Anyway, okay, so this is a Kershaw. Which one is this? Gosh darn it. I'm going to be a little more accurate on this one. Kershaw knives. Let me see if I can find this one. It's not a very expensive one. And I've had this for years. I used to carry this one I actually used to carry quite a bit also. I just hope I can find the model, because it's old, so I don't even know if this is one that you can actually still even get. I know it's a Ken Onion design. It's not. Which one is this? Let me hold this. I'm checking profiles here. No. 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 No, 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 no. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it either. Nope. This might be a while. Good grief. I wish I knew which one this was. It's almost like a fat leak. I know it wasn't very expensive. Actually, you know what? I just remembered where I got this. And since I remembered where I got this, I should be able to look it up on my old orders, even though it's really old. Kershaw has the SD Classic and PB&J 2. You just, Polly, are you talking about the Swiss Armies? You just ordered both of them. They're on sale, $25 and $20. I ordered the one. I'm kind of tempted to order the other one now. They're cheap. They're inexpensive. Oh wow. Okay, so maybe I got this one so long ago, it might not show up. Crap. Well, that doesn't help. Oh, wait, no, found it. It's the Clash. Okay, this is the Kershaw Clash. At least I know what I'm looking at now. So, this one has a partially serrated knife, as you can see. And normally, like I said before, I'm not a big fan of them because I don't like having to sharpen a partially serrated knife or a serrated knife in general. But here's the issue I have with partially serrated knives. Oop, there we go. We're in focus. In my opinion, first of all, if you want to get a knife, if you like serrated knives, just go with a fully serrated. Don't worry about a partially serrated knife. Okay, I'll just get a fully serrated knife. I know Spyderco has a lot of models that are fully serrated. If you don't like serrations, don't get a partially serrated knife. Just get a regular knife. The issue that I have with partially serrated knives are where they put the serrations. Okay, as you can see, most partially serrated knives, you have a plain blade towards the tip, and you have the serrations towards the pivot or towards the handle of the knife. Now, the way serrated knives are supposed to work and the way they kind of work the best, they kind of have this ass backwards. The serrated portion, personally, I think, should be the portion that's near the tip. And the plain blade should be more towards the pivot. Because the whole reason for the serrations is to give you, like, it gives a different cutting angle that you might not otherwise get with just a plain blade, which makes cutting with a serrated edge easier for certain tasks because it has all these different angles as opposed to just the plain blade. And because of all those angles, I don't know why they put it towards, because it's not a saw. Okay, even though it looks like teeth, this is not a saw. This is not meant to be used like a saw. You're going to have a bad time. It's not going to work that way. It's just a way of giving the cutting edge all these different angles, so that way when you're cutting something, it's able to bite a little better and make that cut where, like, say for example, it's kind of hard to do with a plain. How do I show this? This might have a harder time going through some cordage because it's flat, and you want to get like a tip and a sharper angle to cut some of that cordage. And the only way to do that with a plain blade might be to hold it this way and then kind of dig it in. Well, that's really awkward. That's why you have serrated edges. They have all these little points that create that same angle without having to hold it in an awkward position. Now, because of where they put the partial serrations on display, they put it near the pivot, so it's, I don't know how you'd really, unless you're able to hold the cordage up and then bring the serrations to bear, it's a pain. It would be a pain in the butt to use these partially serrated knives. I think the serrations should be towards the tip, so that way you don't have to hold it awkwardly. You get all those angles, and if you've got cordage that's laying flat, you got the advantage of using all these cutting angles without holding your knife in a weird position or having to hold the material you're cutting in a weird position. So I really think that the serrations should be towards the tip. And then you have the plain flat blade towards the pivot. And if you wanted to do like, I could see if you're wanting to do some carving, that would be a great place to have a plain blade because it's near the pivot where you have a lot of control over fine carving or cutting. And yeah, every serrated or every partially serrated blade, I don't know why they do this. I just feel like they have it backwards, which is one of the reasons why I really don't like partially serrated blades. I had this one, admittedly, this is one of the earlier knives that I collected, and I just got it because it looked cool. And that was before I really had an understanding of how a serrated blade works. Because had I had that better understanding of how they worked, I probably never would have gotten it. And that's one of the reasons why I say that if you want a serrated blade, just get a fully serrated blade, because then you'll have full use of those serrations all along the entirety of the blade, as opposed to having it in a weird spot. And I just think that having it towards the pivot is a weird spot. I think it should be more towards the tip. Do it while they last. Yeah, why those usually don't go as quick, although they are on sale. So yeah, I probably should. I mean, it is only $20. Where's my SMKW? Did I just close it? Gosh darn it. You guys aren't supposed to be making me spend money while I'm doing my show. Spending money doing my show, and then I have money. I want to eat and pay bills. Oh God! But it is only $20 though. Usually the most popular peanut butter and jellies are no problem. I mean, I'm sorry. I hope I'm explaining it well. I know I'm not the best in terms of explaining some of this stuff. That's just how I feel about partially serrated knives, though. I just think every maker that makes a partially serrated knife, if you look everywhere, they have the serrations. They always have the serrations right by the pivot, and I just think that's an awful place. I think it'd be better if it had it more towards the tip, or if either find a knife that has the serrations near the tip, or just get a fully serrated knife and save yourself the trouble. And back to the PB&Js, usually the most popular PB&Js tend to be the case PB&Js. Those tend to sell out within anywhere from a few minutes to maybe a couple hours as soon as they drop. Those case knives. Anytime a case PB&J comes out, you have to be on top of it or you're gone. Renz is wiped out? What? How long was? Wait, hold on. You did a 6-hour stream? Holy crap! This is the longest stream I do during the week. Is this knife stream? And I know this tuckers me out. Proceed to checkout. Gosh darn it! I'm doing it. I'm buying the SD Classic because it's there, and it's $20. And wow, that's expensive shipping. For $20. Maybe I'll save it. Maybe I'll hold on. Maybe I'll wait. Maybe I'll wait and maybe I'll grab something else with it. I don't know if I want to spend $7 on shipping for a $20 knife. Maybe I'll wait to see if I can find something else I can tuck in with it. But yeah. No, this is really cool. This is really neat. That PB&J. I like the PB&J graphic on there. I do have some other PB&J knives. I have one PB&J case knife. No, I have 3 PB&Js. Scratch that. I have their Crossroads PB&J, and then I got their Christmas special PB&J where they recreated it for Christmas and then they added a special Christmas badge to it. It wasn't as popular as the originals, but it was still a PB&J. And I got 2 of those. And then I have the Kershaw Blur PB&J. The case knives are the only ones that tend to be really, really quick to go. And those also tend to increase in price, super huge. Like the Crossroads PB&J that I got. Where was it? I've showed this a few times. Where are you? There you are. The Crossroads PB&J, this one, original price I think was $75 or just under $80. And anytime I've seen this sold on auction, these go for almost $200. I think at the time they went on sale, they sold out. I had my alarm set to tell me as soon as these were going to drop. And as soon as my alarm went off, I started hammering the website to make sure that I got one and ordered one. And I think they were sold out within half an hour or so. Not even half an hour. And SMKW held on to a few of them and then ran them in their auctions, and they were selling for $200. And keep in mind, I only paid $80. Again, I don't do it to resell though. I mean, I'm keeping that. That's mine. I don't collect. I don't collect to make money. If anything, I'm losing money. I'm bleeding money on knives. I collect for the sheer joy of collecting. I just enjoy. I think knives are awesome tools. I think. I see in a lot of these knives, I see them as what's the term? Usable or utility pieces of art. is probably the best way I can put it. They're an art form that you can take with you, carry, and has a purpose, has a use, is a tool. But they still look neat. A lot of them are unique, and they just have this, I don't know, they're just neat to have. In some cases, it's because they might have different materials they're made out of, or different styles. Some of them can be like one of a kind. Some are just sleek and race car like. Others are kind of goofy looking, but just they're goofy enough to the point of where that's just they're kind of cool and weird. A lot of times they're, interesting colors and materials like the bone and the tequila sunrise. And even though this is the exact same knife, but this is done in an amber peach seed jig color, or in this case the mini trapper, this is a green gator jig bone. Even though I have several mini trappers, they're all unique and all fantastic and just have this cool look to them. That's why I collect. It's not, I don't collect because I expect to turn around and make a ton of money reselling these knives. When you think about it, a lot of these knives don't really appreciate in value. There's some knives that do. Most of them tend to depreciate once they're opened, once they've been used. They essentially would drop in price. Morgan, today you're going to spend 11 hours modding, and probably half is dual modding. I know you're modding for my girlfriend right now. as well as sitting in on this channel for me, and I appreciate it. You're going to get a big candy box. But that's all the knives that I got just this week. I can't believe they all came in because, like I said, I've been dealing with delays for the post office and stuff, and I half expected maybe to get like half this week and then like the other half next week. I didn't expect them all to land this week, so it makes me wonder what's going to happen for next week's live because there's so many knives here this week. But this is like one of the biggest hauls I've had in a long while. This is really nice. I like the sheepdog. This one, oh, this is so sleek. The Vosteed Porcupine TI Slim. Oh, I want another one so bad. This is going to be a contender this year. And I think I've had a couple others that are possible contenders for like best knives this for 2026. This is definitely up there. I think it's now the other knife that I'm thinking would be best of 2026 is kind of like a bit in terms of being premium. I think it's kind of I think it would outshine this one in terms of materials, because the other knife I'm thinking of has M390 steel, titanium also just has, and then copper, and then carbon fiber inlays, and just awesomely beautiful knife. But this for budget for some, well, this isn't really a budget like 130 or 140, but still for what it is, that's not a bad price. You like the sheepdog? Sheepdog is nice because I just like I like the blade. I love the pivot. I love the button liner lock on this, because the other one that I have is called the Bulldog, designed by Osho. Whoops, something fell over. Designed by Osho. Where'd I put it? It is eeny, meeny, miny, yo. There you are. And I do love this blade. This one has wood scales. This is a crossbar lock, and it has kind of a similar shape. It does. They do look pretty similar. Again, this is a Bulldog. This is the Sheepdog. I love how the handle is a little higher, where the, the blade drops down. So like if I'm holding this, and this is close, maybe not to the same extent. This is close though. The reason why this is one of my favorite knives is because if I'm gripping this knife and I'm holding it, because of the positioning of the edge and this blade in relation to this handle, even though I might have all my fingers on that handle, it still gives me enough clearance to where I can still bring a good portion of that blade down onto a cutting surface without having to hold it awkwardly. Like still holding it like this, I have a good amount of cutting edge, and my fingers are farther away that I'm not wrapping knuckles so badly. And that's one of the reasons why I really like this blade. This is admittedly one of my favorites, if not my favorite knife from Kaiser currently, is this one right here. Now, Osho had mentioned some time ago that he was hoping to come out with this same exact model, except in a button lock version. I think I don't know if he had a hand in this one on the sheepdog, but if he didn't have a hand on this one, I think they kind of beat him out. Because similar, I still would like to see this one in a button lock though. And this one has a more of a pronounced tip. This one also has a lot more jimping along the spine of the blade. Whereas this has a little divot there, I just noticed. I do love the wood on the Bulldog. Absolutely beautiful knife in my opinion. I really love wood scales. Something about wood and bone scales I really, really like. I would just like to see this one here, done in the same lock that this one's currently got. And possibly a thumb hole. That's me. I like thumb holes. Put that one back. Okay. How much are which ones? The Bulldog or the Sheepdog? This is the Sheepdog. The brown one is the Bulldog. They're gonna be... Let's see here. Why are you verifying my identity? That's weird. Don't do that. The Bulldogs and the Sheepdogs, they run about the same. If I remember correctly, they're around like $69, $70. And I believe they even have like fixed versions. Like, so you have your folder, and you even have fixed blade versions if you like fixed blades. And they do come in different materials, so they are going to vary. Like for example, the Bulldog, they run, I believe the folding ones run like just under $70 for the same type that I have, and it's a Nitro V with essentially with I think Paulina wood scales. I know they're wood scales. I just can't remember what kind of wood. But you can get like a more premium version. Like there's a mini Bulldog that has like S45 VN steel and titanium scales for like $170. I do have a mini Bulldog, but it's not that expensive. I have the Halloween version, which this is the mini. Let me pull the regular Bulldog out again. So here's the regular Bulldog. This is a Halloween mini. I don't know if they sell the mini anymore, but you can see the size difference between the two. A little smaller. I don't know if the Halloween's available. I know this one has G10 scales and it's kind of layered because you got black G10 under this orange overlay. This is still a clutch lock. Just says trick or treat on the blade. I don't believe this one has I don't know what kind of steel this one's made from. I'd like to say it's Nitro V, because I don't recall these being super expensive. They were just a little bit more expensive because of the special Halloween thing. But the other premium minis are going to run you like close to $170. These aren't bad at under $70 though. Like I said, this is probably my favorite knife from Kaiser. is the bulldog. There we go. Put that back. And that one. All right, so I've done my show and tell. Again, all my new knives that I've gotten this last week. Freaking hell of a haul. A bunch of case knives, my hen and rooster up here. The Kaiser sheepdog, my Swiss Army or Victorinox Swiss Army knife. I got my Dreamcast. Is it? Dream something? Dream Tech, good grief. My Dream Tech donut and my Vosteed porcupine TI Slim. So that's it for the show and tell portion. At this point, it's chatting with you guys. What do you guys think? What have you gotten that's new? What's perked your interest? Reason why I like to ask this question is this is how I learn a lot about new things is actually from you guys. And a lot of times you guys will tell me about knives I've never even heard of and stuff like that. This is how I learn. By just simply asking questions like, what are you guys carrying? What are you guys looking at getting in the near future? Other manufacturers, things like that. Let me know. Let me know what you guys are looking at, what you're carrying in your pocket, anything, and then any questions you might have in my own collection. I'm currently standing at over 400 knives. Which means I'm also running out of room. I've been working on cleaning the closet out so I can clear. Oh God, I've got so many boxes that I haven't thrown, and I've started pulling a lot of knives and consolidating them in more cases, and then getting rid of the boxes because I know the cases themselves take up room, but not nearly as much as a disorganized mess of knife boxes. At least they're more organized and take up a little less space. So I've been currently working on that. I don't have a way to show you on cam currently, but yeah, my closet's a mess. And I'm actually reconsidering whether I want to maybe slim down my collection a little bit. I don't know. I've been tossing around the idea of selling some of my stuff on Whatnot. I just know it tends to be kind of stressful to sell, at least for me, it tends to be a bit stressful to sell stuff on Whatnot. Because then I get nervous enough, I get anxious enough when I'm waiting to receive a package. I get just as anxious when I send a package out and I'm waiting for somebody else to receive something that I sent. Because I want to make sure they get it. And so then I'm like, I'm tracking the package myself near constantly to make sure it's getting to where it needs to go. So yeah, that tends to be driving me nuts, and which is one of the reasons why I don't do a whole lot of selling. But I'm considering slimming down some of my my collection. Maybe I haven't hammered a yes or no out of that yet. Do I still have candy? I just saw that question. Yeah, quite a bit. I'm trying to package some up. The only thing is I didn't realize that some of the candy was already spoken for. So it's not as much as I thought. I'm not. Now keep in mind, I can't send it to everybody, and it's just costing me a pretty penny to do. Because I'm paying for shipping and stuff, but I'm sending to a couple people, like Morgan, for example. She helps out with my channel a lot, so she's getting. I'm definitely sending her stuff, and a couple others. But I don't have as much as I thought. I was trying to get rid of a lot of candy because my girlfriend keeps winning candy contests, and we ended up with boxes and boxes of candy. But our neighbor just recently walked off with a huge box of candy, and some of the candy I didn't realize was spoken for. But I'm still going to try to get out what I can to some people. I just can't. I'm not going to make any guarantees. If I can send you candy, I will send you candy. I don't want anybody like, oh my God, you didn't send me anything. It's like, well, I not going to just start buying candy to hand out. It's already costing me money just to send. But if I can send some out, I'm going to. Mainly to keep me from eating it. Because I know I'll eat a lot of the candy if it just continues to sit around here. And I don't need the diabetes. So let me know. Is anything else that's interesting? Morgan, did you have a favorite out of these? I know this is your favorite right now. This is your favorite new knife. The Dream Tech. You can't lie to me and tell me that you haven't completely fallen in love with this knife. I know how much you love that color. I just think they're neat. I mean, it's nice to get something out of the ordinary into, you know, they're fun. It's a fun thing. And still a very capable and nice knife. On the D2 steel, like I said, it'll keep that edge for a while. It's definitely a conversation sparker, that's for sure. Were you raising your hands in agreement or about the candy? I was gonna send Morgan a buy. I said Morgan about sometimes I'll send a bunch of knives that I'll let her sift through them. They're knives that I generally, you know, don't really care. I make it sound bad. I have knives that I don't care about that I might have gotten for free. And I don't mean it to sound bad, but rather than just like toss them away and stuff like that, I send them over to her and let her sift through them, whether she wants to keep them or toss them. And this way, I figure they can go to somebody that would appreciate like getting a chance to futz around with them. Do you like the little rhino-looking one? Which is the little rhino-looking one? Are you talking about this one? I'm guessing you're talking about this one. The sheepdog. Ooh, I managed to reverse flick that with my left hand. Which tells me that's really easy to reverse flick. Brat likes free knives. One thing I do like about admittedly inexpensive knives, like for example, there's this knife I got a couple of these that I got because I would enter into giveaways. And they would give you, you know, if you won, you get like a free knife, and it's just a cheap, inexpensive. It's a knife. Like this one, I can't remember who I got this from. Admittedly, it's an inexpensive knife. This one happens to have a religious thing on it. Surprisingly, I think these are made by Frost. And the funny thing is I got another one. Yeah, this is Frost Cutlery. This thing is sharp. Like, really sharp. And this is a knife that probably wouldn't cost more than a couple bucks. It is a slip joint knife. And one thing I admit, to a reason why I like these knives, and I got another one for free. Again, this one was tossed at me from a giveaway. Okay. Is they're a great way to practice your sharpening skills. If you like maintaining and sharpening your knives yourself, they're a great way to practice on without having to worry about ruining a much more expensive knife. Do I have any of the new Buck Moderns? The most modern Buck I have that fixed blade I showed you. I have the 110. That's not a Buck. Where's my other one? And I'm waiting on some new Buck knives for this year, but they're not out yet. Personally, I'm not, when it comes to Buck knives, admittedly, I have a thing for the more traditional looking Buck knives. I don't really go for the modern ones. The most modern, and I put that in quotes, Buck knife I have is my 112. And the reason why I consider this a modern knife is because this one is an automatic. Push button automatic. So it's essentially a switchblade Buck. You still need two hands to close it because it is a lockback. You don't use the button to close it. It has your standard lockback mechanism, and then you just fold it shut. But it is an automatic because all you do is press the button. And this thing's got some kick. You got to be careful when you're using this thing You got to get a grip on that knife when you hit that button because it will fly off if you're not careful. But this is, I call this a modern one simply because it is an automatic. The ones that I'm waiting on that haven't been released yet are still have the same looks, where like the brass and the ebony wood inlays, except they're slim. They're traditional slims. So you're going to have the same material, but they're going to be vastly slimmer than your standard 110 and 112. And they're also going to even have a pocket clip. I don't know if they're going to be one hand open or not. Like, I don't know if they're going to have a thumb stud or anything like that, but they're going to have a pocket clip. They're going to be considerably slimmer and considerably lighter because of the less material in making a slimmer knife. Those I'm waiting for. I am excited. I will be super excited when the slim versions come out because they're going to be easier to carry, because these things, even the 112 being a smaller knife than the 110, these things weigh a bit. I mean, these are chunky boys, and I don't carry them very often simply because they are pretty weighty. Even this smaller 112 is a decent weight to it. Like, hold on. How much does this thing weigh? I forgot I had my scale over here. This guy, let me move some of this stuff out of the way so you can see. They're rubbing up against each other. Okay, hold on. There we go. Turn on. There we go. We'll make sure it's zeroed out. Yeah, okay. So this is the 112. It's smaller than the 110, and this weighs a chunky 5.93 ounces. And for a pocket knife, that's pretty weighty. That's pretty weighty. So I can't wait for those slims to come in. Now, they do have 110 slims and I believe 112 slims out already, but they're not this traditional styling with the brass and the ebony wood. They're new materials like G10, or I forget what they make, what they make them with, G10 or aluminum or something like that. I don't know. For me, when it comes to buck, I like their more traditional look for their folding knives. But that's me. I've seen some of their other modern offerings, but admittedly, when it comes to modern buck knives and the price, I tend to gravitate towards other manufacturers. Nothing against their modern knives. When it comes to a certain cost, there's things that I like to see in terms of materials, or that I prefer in terms of materials. Again, not that I have anything against the buck knives. It's just what I prefer. Bucking the modern trend. I still do want to get a custom buck, because they do have a custom shop, and now they're more like a 110 or the 112, and I think they even you can order a fixed custom, and I think there's one other size of custom that you can make. But then the website allows you to pick and choose the materials. Like, you can get brass with a different wood, or nickel silver or scales with a different wood, and they even have I think a couple offerings in terms of blade steels that you can get. Like, normally most bucks are 420 HC steel, which is a pretty inexpensive steel. It's been around for a very long time. But like the custom shop, what I was looking at, I wanted to get one with Magna Cut. I would love Magna Cut steel buck, and it wouldn't be an automatic. It'd be like my 110 is, 2-hand open, 2-hand close. That there. Again, they don't come with a thumb stud. That's something that that was an aftermarket thing that I added. But yeah, with I probably would get the same color, only just change. I'll probably get the nickel silver scales stick with the ebony, and then Magna Cut steel for the blade is what I'd like to get from them. Drop point buck. I don't know. Do they have drop points? I don't believe I've ever seen a drop point. I don't know if they have them in their custom shop. I can't recall. Every time I've seen them, they've had like the clip point type or like the Bowie style blade. I think like the closest thing to a drop point that I remember anyway is like their Skinner. They should. I think that. Do they have it in the custom? Let me check the custom shop. Give me a second. Blade type. Oh, hello. How you doing? Is that the Oh, wow. You can customize a Spitfire. Okay, well, there's a drop point. I see the Spitfire as being kind of like Buck's version of a Spyderco. It has a kind of similar look. I don't know. You can customize those though. Hey, Steven, how you doing? 420H steel, S35 VN, Magna Cut. Yeah. I'm sorry, I have a thing for Magna Cut steel. That's me. So you have your choice of 420HC, Magna Cut, or the S35 VN. You even have coated. You have Cerakote colors. I might be getting myself a custom Spitfire. Holy shit! I did not know you could do that. I was originally looking at another 112, admittedly. I don't see another one. They have a Squire knife that looks like it has a drop point. Aren't those really small? Do they have a deep carry knife, pocket clip for the Spitfire? That I don't know. Let me look. For the Spitfire, I don't even know what their pocket clip looks like. I really hope it's not what I think it is, because that will ruin it for me. It is okay, so it is a point up carry. That's good. Oh, that thing is huge. That's got like a huge ass pocket clip. Really thin though. I don't know. I'd have to have it in the hand. It doesn't look like it's very deep carry. I don't know. Accessory, hold on. Extra clip, pouch, tumbled. If they do have a deep carry pocket clip for the Spitfire, I'm not seeing it on Buck's website. More than likely, yeah, that's the one I'm looking at. It's the 722 Spitfire. I'm looking at their custom shop. If they have a deep carry pocket clip, you're probably going to have to look at a third party. For the Spitfire, because I'm not seeing one on their custom one. It is slim in the pocket. It looks slim. Like it looks very. I was just excited because I got this porcupine TI slim, and holy crap, is this thing thin? Like it is super thin compared to my original porcupine. Freaking love this though. I wasn't sure if I was going to be very comfortable in the hand, and it's fine. A lot more comfortable than I thought it was going to be. That coffee is really cold. Okay. Oh shit! Because I was really looking forward to getting myself a customized Buck 112. Now I'm looking at that. Gosh darn it! Stop it! Stop. That's only what I see with a drop point, though. The 501 Squire might be a drop point. Is that a drop point? It looks like a drop point. I can't get a bigger picture of it, though. It's hard to tell because they use a white background and then reflections. It's really hard to tell. It looks like it might be. It could be a clip point. It's hard to tell on that one. Originally, I was looking at a customizable 112, though. Yeah, very slim on that Spitfire. Oh, God, I hurt my back. There we go. But yeah, that's one of my future targets. With all the customizations, if I remember correctly, I think with like the Magna Cut steel and all the things I want to change on it, I believe it came to around like 180, which actually isn't too bad, especially for like, you know, Magna Cut steel and stuff like that. The only reason why I haven't ordered the customized one yet is because, like I was saying earlier, they're supposed to be coming out with the slim version, the slim traditional. I know they have slim 110s and 112s, but all in different materials. But I'm looking for like I said, I like the traditional look of the buck. And so I was waiting for the slim traditionals to come out. And that's why, and I don't know if that's something that they're planning on putting in their custom shop, because if you can customize a slim traditional, I'm going to want to customize it. And that's the only reason why I haven't bought a customized 112 yet, is I want to see if they come out with a slim. And that's the only reason why I've been holding back. Because I know if I can customize it, I'll have to save money for that. Let's see. Oh, darn it. Did I lose their... Did I just accidentally close the website? Oh, it's right there. Do they have a release date for the Slims yet? Because I'd like to know. I don't see them. Oh, wait a second. I'm just looking on their website. They do have a drop point 110 folding hunter for $90. I did not, and a 112. Oh, okay. Look at special releases. Shit. And they come in two different type of seals. You got 420 HC and you got S35 VN steel. Do I have the Kaiser Foca, Henry? No, not yet. I don't have the Kaiser Foca. I considered getting one. Let me look, make sure I'm looking at the right one. Yeah, on Buck's website. If you go to Buck's website, they do show the drop point. They do show drop point bucks. I guess they're new. They have them on a 110 and a 112. The S35 versions are going to run you like 140. The 420 HC is going to be roughly around $100. But yeah, they do have drop points, which is really intriguing because I do like a nice drop point. As far as the Kaiser Foca, let me make sure I'm thinking of the right one. So I do have a lot of Kaiser knives, but I don't think the Foca is one of them. I haven't gotten it. This is the latest Kaiser knife I got, and that's only because this was the replacement. Kaiser Foca. I know I've looked at it before. That was the Foca CD. I think the reason why... Okay, so I've seen these before. The only reason why I haven't gotten the Foca is because they're clutch locks. And again, before anybody says it's like I hate clutch lock. No, I don't hate clutch locks. I don't hate crossbar locks. I just have a lot of them. I have a lot of crossbar locks. And I've said before, I kind of feel like I'm suffering from like crossbar lock fatigue. I want to see new locking mechanisms. I want to see different locking mechanisms. I have so many crossbar locks in my collection that I look at it and it boggles my mind. And I think that's the only reason why I haven't grabbed the Foca. Now, as far as the Foca knife itself is concerned, being a Kaiser knife and knowing what I know of Kaiser and their crossbar locks, I think it'd be a perfectly fine knife. In fact, the funny thing is it does resemble in a way my Seagull in terms of the blade shape from the looks of it. Let me grab my Seagull again. Where did I put it? I put it back in the case. It does remind me of the Seagull, and Where did I put the seagull? Hello? I was just staring at you. That's not it. That's it. Hold on. I'm putting my bucks away real quick. There we go. Okay. So this is the seagull. Now these, again, I love the seagull. I was having issues with the one I had. They sent me a replacement. I had issues with the replacement, which really kind of sucks. Actually, I just pulled, this is the original. Is this going to lock? Oh, that actually, okay, it locked. I was having problems with it locking. The liner lock wasn't locking on a slow roll. The Foca, okay, there you go, see? Oh, now it locked. But I was having problems. They sent me another one. I had problems with that one, and they sent me the sheepdog. And this is the replacement. I finally fixed my other seagull, and that seagull now locks up properly, but it took me a lot of work to do so. But the reason why I pulled that one out is because the Foca kind of reminds me of that blade shape. And while I can't speak of the Foca, I will say that even though I had problems with the seagull, where's that second seagull that'll actually lock up? Put it, there we are. Okay, this is the one that I fixed after days of filing. The Foca appears to have a very similar shape to the blade and a very similar handle shape, except with a crossbar lock. And I will say, even though I had problems with it, now that I have fixed this one, as far as I know, now that it'll lock up, I really like the knife. Like, I really wish I didn't run into a problem with it, because I like the fact that I've got that nice choil up here. Now it's not a crossbar lock, like I said, and I believe the Foca has thumb studs as opposed to a thumb hole. So there's another difference there. As far as size wise, like I said, the handle looks very similar. What's the size on the Foca? And the Focas are running almost the same cost. This is 14C28N, right? Yeah. So same steel. This one's rich light. They have a Norplex Ultra Micarta that's actually about like $5 less than the Seagull is. What's the blade size on that? Where are you? So 2.95. So about the same size, really. About the same size. Now, Henry, I do like this knife. Okay, I do like this knife. I ran into problems because it wasn't locking up. My original wasn't locking up. Like, I would open the knife, and it would lock up only if I flicked it open. Whoops. It would lock up fine. But if I did something like this, now this is going to lock up. Okay, that locked up. But originally, if I did that, I could just fold it closed without touching the liner lock. That to me was a big problem. A knife should lock up whether you open it fast or open it slow. Now, I fixed this one after doing a lot of weird stuff to it. But before I did that, I was talking to Kaiser. I sent some photos. I even sent them a video. Kaiser understood. And credit to Kaiser, their customer service is freaking top-notch. Because the fact that they worked with me, and they worked with me for that long. They gave me some suggestions to do. I did those. That didn't work. They sent me replacement liners. That didn't work. They eventually sent me a second Seagull. Now, the crazy thing is, the second Seagull, and this is the second Seagull, was doing the same thing. It wouldn't lock up. So I did the same thing, did their suggestions. I even used the original liners. I used the replacement liner. Still was having issue. I finally bent it to hell, and I got to the point of where it would lock up, but then I couldn't close it. I had to use two hands to close it because the lockup was so strong at that point. It would lock up, and then I'd be like because I was tearing apart my nail. My nail is still somewhat damaged from trying to close it with just using my thumb. So they, I sent them videos, I sent them pictures, and then in replacement, they sent me. I got to choose, and I got this because it was the same price. They sent me a sheepdog. This was the replacement for having trouble with the seagull. Now, this one I did fix, and over days, because what I did, I explained it earlier in the live. I took a file. I took this apart. I took a file and I started shaving off, like lightly filing the contact areas between the liner and the blade. And I actually filed both. But the reason why it took me days is because I would take my time, because when you file anything, you're removing metal. You can remove metal, but you can't put metal back. Okay? So once you removed it, you've permanently changed the blade. And so I would do a light filing, test the blade. Light filing, test the blade. Light, and then do that over and over and over and over and over again. Finally, not only does it lock up, but now I can close it with one hand. Now, given all of that issue, I do really still like this knife, though. Can I recommend it? I don't know. I've gotten 2 of these, and they both had the same issue. I've asked around. Now, Kaiser said they haven't had many complaints about this one. I've asked around, and nobody else I know that's had a seagull has had the same issue. So I don't know what the deal was. And yes, like I said, thumbs up to Kaiser's customer service. They did a fantastic job. They stuck with me. They helped me out anytime I asked, and they didn't just brush me off or anything. Granted, it might, the reply might not have been the quickest because their time, where they respond to emails and, when I'm awake is a little different. But they always responded. And if they didn't respond fast enough, or if they felt like they didn't respond fast enough, they were always apologetic. So thumbs up to Kaiser's customer service. They are awesome in that regard. I just don't know if I can really recommend the Seagull. All I can say is I do like the knife, because I do like how I have all these ways of deploying the blade. I even got a front flipper. Okay. I like the ways, the blade deploys. The rich light is nice for the scales. The pocket clip is decent. Nice deep carry pocket clip. I like the blade shape. It's almost like a leaf style blade shape. It's 14C28M steel, so I like the steel. It's a decent steel for the price. You got jimping everywhere. You get a really good grip. It's really comfortable in the hand. It's just I ran into issues twice in a row. Maybe you'll have better luck than I do if you decide to pick one of these up. They do run about $70 for the Seagull. Okay, so just like $5 more than like the Foca. But I'm just going to say, if you decide to pick up a Seagull, 2 things. One, be aware that, I ran into issues. Other people might not. Maybe I just got the shit end of the stick there. But yeah, just keep in mind that I ran into issues with it. But I also let me know what you think if you do pick it up. I would like to hear your experiences with it, and whether it locks up with a slow roll or not, because it should still lock up even if I open the blade slow. And that took me a long time to fix. I really like this knife. It's just hard for me to recommend. The only reason why I choose this over the Foca is because I have so many crossbar locks. I don't want another crossbar lock. If I get another crossbar lock, it's got to wow me with something else. Was it the pivot? No, because I've loosened the pivot. I've tightened the pivot. The way these work, let me see if I can find because I have a replacement liner lock that's currently in a bag that's not inside, and I don't want to have to take this thing apart for the 100th time. And I'd like to show you guys what it looks like inside. There it is. Okay. So here's the replacement liner that they sent me. and they sent me both liners, a new pivot, and everything. Okay, this is the way it works. Now, on a regular liner lock, they're pretty straightforward. Okay, this is a regular liner lock. The bottom of the blade is pretty much flat. The liner itself is a flat bar at the top, and they just sort of, with some geometry and smart shaping, once the blade opens, they just sort of slap down, like the liner slaps down, stops in the middle of the blade, and then locks the blade. It keeps the blade from closing. Okay? It's kind of like a door stop. Okay? It's kind of like a door stop. Now, the way the liner lock on the Seagull works is a little different. It's still a liner lock, but instead of being a flat piece of metal, you'll notice it has a weird shape. It's not flat across. Okay? It's got this almost rectangular shape there. And the way the Seagulls works is the blade at the bottom has a similar cutout that this goofy shape then fits inside and locks the blade up. Okay? There we go. You can see the shape better there. And what was happening is it just wasn't going in far enough. Not unless you opened it up really quick and gave it a bit of torque. If you open it up slowly, this wouldn't move far enough to lock the blade, and then you can close it on your hand if you weren't careful. So it's a little different. So what I ended up doing is I had to hand file. I hand filed these edges, okay, where I knew that the blade and the liner were making contact. And then on the blade itself, I was hand filing those same surfaces. It just took an extremely long time for me to do because I couldn't just do it really quickly because, like I said, if you file away metal, you can't put it back. And if I filed away too much, I might as well just toss it because there's no way I can put that metal back. So I'd had to file little by little and test the blade each and every time. File a little bit, test the blade. File a little bit, test the blade. And that's why it took so long. No, I didn't want to do it with a Dremel. Because again, if I did too much, you can't put that metal back. If I took away too much metal too quickly, you can't put it back. So that's why I hand filed it. I didn't want to use a power Dremel or anything. I didn't want to use a Dremel or anything like that. I was trying to be very careful because I didn't want to mess it up completely. I already knew that by doing this, I'm voiding the warranty on it. And so that's why I waited until there's nothing else I could do to fix it. And then I went to hand filing it. Now, given that, if it works, I love this knife. I think this is a fantastic knife because I love the blade shape. I love the deployments. I love the feel. I just wish I didn't run into trouble with it. Because if it wasn't for the fact that I ran into trouble in two in a row knives, I would be recommending this knife all over the place because right now it's a fantastic knife because now it locks up. It feels great in the hand. It has jimping where I want jimping to be. The blades came from, out of the box, razor sharp. And it feels good. And to me, personally, it looks great. I just don't know if I can recommend it. All I can say, again, if you do pick it up, I would say pick it up directly from Kaiser, from Kaiser's website. Order it from them. And that way, make sure if you order it from a retailer, make sure they have a good return policy in case you run into it or run into issues. Make sure they have a good return policy from the retailer. Otherwise, I'd say get it directly from Kaiser, and Kaiser will help you out. It just took a while, and they even finally said, "Here, take a pick. Get another knife." And they were willing to send me a third one of these, or just pick a different one. And I picked this one, which is the Sheepdog cloth polish wheel. Cloth polish wheel. I've done it, except I didn't have one. I didn't have a cloth polish wheel. Well, I could have used it with my Dremel. I suppose I could have done that. But again, I was trying to be careful, and then I didn't want to reshape the surface too much, which is another reason why I wanted to do it by hand, because I feel like I had better control over how I, where everything was coming off, what I was filing. When you have a power tool, there's a little, it's winding up at a pretty quick rate, and unless you're very careful, you could end up accidentally taking off too much. I just felt like I had better control hand doing it. No worries. I'm still running, at least for another half hour. Did I touch up my Sage Magna Cut yet? No, I didn't. I still like it. I think the yellow looks cool. So far, I haven't had any reason, or I haven't had any desire to change anything. I still have that die. I've never opened it. And the funny thing is, I just remedied it by getting the Spike 27 version, different colored G10. So again, I don't have any desire really at this point to do anything different with my current Sage 5 in Magna Cut. I considered getting scales for it, but considering the cost of the scales, it's like, do I get scales for my Spyderco, which I still like? I think it's perfectly fine. Or do I get a new knife? I went with new knife. I went with new knives. I don't. If you missed it earlier, these were all Jeremiah. These are all the knives I got last week. This one was sent to me because it's a replacement for. Oh no, not that one. This was sent to me as a replacement because I was having problems with the Seagull. This one's on sale on SMKW for $25. The peanut butter and jelly Swiss Army Victorinox, and this one was given to me as a gift from Chasing Blades. This peanut. Because on a whim, I just made them like a theme song for their show, and they loved it. And I'm guessing that's why they didn't have to do that, but they sent me something. That was freaking cool. I got to hit the washroom real quick because I've still been drinking a ton of coffee. I'll be right back. Think of questions you want to ask me. I'll be right back. Good grief, that coffee was shooting straight through me. Where's my water? I'm going to just switch to water. That's better. All right. I got to close that window, too. It's freezing in here. If I would dye, what color was I thinking? Yeah, Paul, it's easy to, like I said, you can't put metal back. If I remove too much metal, I would end up either having to start over with a new liner or tossing it in the garbage at that point. And I was filing the blade too, so if I made a mistake on the blade, that would have been it. Now, as far as what color I would have dyed, I still have the dye that I was thinking about coloring it with, and that's this here. I never opened it, never used it. This one is Midnight Navy. But when I was thinking about dyeing the Sage 5, I was actually thinking about trying something different. And I've seen some people do a graduated dye. So that way, say, hold on, where's my Sage 5 again? I've seen people do it with red. And what they did was, like, it was a dark red here, and as you moved towards the pivot, it would get lighter and lighter until you got to yellow towards the pivot. So you had like this gray, this change over the scale, as from dark to yellow, dark red to the original yellow. And I had considered doing that with the blue dye. And basically what they do is they just slowly dip the scales into the dye and then slowly start pulling it back out again. So obviously this end would spend more time in the dye, and it would just gradually get lighter and lighter. But that was my original thinking, what I wanted to do originally. When I got my Sage 5, though, after looking at the yellow, I actually realized, one, I don't have many yellow knives. Two, it actually looked pretty nice. I mean, I think the yellow and the black actually looks pretty cool. So I rethought my desire to dye it, and I just didn't have a desire to change it anymore. I had considered getting scales. I've seen some really cool titanium scales from different manufacturers and stuff like that, but the really nice ones tend to run almost as expensive as the knife itself. So I would easily be doubling the cost of that knife. And it was, like I said, it's either do I get new scales or do I buy a new knife? You can kind of see where that ended up. I ended up buying new knives. Yeah, and the yellow does look good. I thought when I saw it in photos when I was first looking at it. And the reason why I even got this one is because it's part of their Salt series. And their Salt series, the blades are done. Well, now they have different metals, but when I was looking at, MagnaCut was the big one. And I really wanted a MagnaCut steel blade. So I was kind of limited for the Sage 5. This is the only one that I saw that they currently had this in MagnaCut, was the yellow scales. On the photos, it doesn't look, anything special, but in the hand, like the yellow is actually not bad. It's actually pretty nice, really grippy too. It's not like I have to, or I feel like I'll need to replace the scales with titanium just to make it feel better. It would be entirely cosmetic, entirely just to make it look different. And while I love things that do look different, I have to weigh in the cost. And like I said, it's either this or buy another knife. And I just went with the other knife. I'm perfectly fine with my stock Sage 5. I think it's great. It works fantastic. It's still one of my favorite knives in my collection. Even though it might not win beauty contests, but I like it. I like it a lot. So yeah, my desire to change it has completely waned. I mean, maybe in the future, maybe, but I'm not in any rush to do so. I still think it looks great. So any questions on anything that you've seen? Like I said, these were all the new stuff that I got this week. Really neat stuff. I'm really liking this Victorinox. That's pretty cool. I haven't had a Victorinox since I haven't had a Swiss Army knife since I was a kid, and I can't even be sure if that was an actual Swiss Army knife. But if you're looking for an actual Swiss Army knife, Victorinox is the only one that makes Swiss Army knives now. I forgot at what point they took over. You have a native 5 salt and MagnaCut. Yeah, the color grows on you. Yeah, I don't know about changing. I mean, for some people, it's worth it to them. I don't knock it. Like I said, I had thought about doing it myself. It's just like, but then I want new knives. I want new knives. I still, as far as I'm concerned, like I got a native 5. The native 5 I got was in Spy 27. I'm realizing I actually like their Spy 27 steel. It's pretty nice. That's why I haven't got a MagnaCut native 5 yet. Because since I already have one in Spy 27 steel. The only other knife from the only other Spyderco knife that I'm considering getting, and I don't know when and if I'm going to get it yet, is probably the what is it called? You have the Yojimbo, and I think it's like the Mini Jimbo or something. Probably the Mini Jimbo, and that's the one that I thought looked really, really weird. But a lot of people really like the knife, so admittedly, I'm really curious about this Jimbo, the Mini Jimbo, or whatever it is. So I have my sights set on that one. I just don't know when and if and when I'm going to get one yet. I'm waiting to see if I can get a decent price on it, like waiting for a good sale on it. If I can get that on a good sale, or if somebody on Whatnot can get me a great deal on it, then I might dive on one. On the Mini Jimbo. Not the reason why I say the Mini Jimbo is because the Yojimbo has a decently big size blade, and I want something smaller or closer to the size of the Para 3 or the Sage 5. I don't want a really large blade because there are blade restrictions in a lot of areas where I live, so I want to be able to carry it without like freaking people out. I think it looks weird, but again, I thought all the Spydercos looked weird. And that's why I never got a Spyderco until I got the Sage 5 and the Para 3. And I finally went and just said, screw it. What's everybody talking about? These things look ugly, but everybody freaking loves them. And I got the Sage 5 salt and I got the Para 3 salt at the same time because I got a good deal from Chasing Blades on Whatnot on Whatnot. So I bought them both. And while the Para 3 still looks weird to me, I now understand why people like them so much. Is because, and I know the creators of Spyderco have just outright said it. They weren't looking to make a pretty knife. They were looking to make a functional tool that excelled in what you were supposed to use a knife for. And they did it. It feels fantastic in the hand, like ergonomically, and how I'm, where I have my finger, where the thumb placement is. The grip is insane, especially considering this is, it's the salt version, so I guess they expect people to use it underwater. So you want something with an amazingly good grip on it. But the ergonomics on them are freaking amazing. They didn't go out to win a beauty contest. They went out to make a great knife, a great tool, and that's what they did. So now I understand why people like them so much, because I like them for that same reason. Is I think they make amazingly good good tools. They're fantastic cutters, slicers. And I'm super glad that I got these two. And since then, I've gotten more. I've got like 7 freaking Spydercos now. Like I got the Sage 5 and Spy 27. I got the Native 5. I got a Delica 4. I've got, just to check them out, the cheapest Spyderco, without going to the Bird version, which I know the Bird is their budget knives. The cheapest Spyderco that I found was the Tenacious, which is in 8CR13 MOV, and a liner lock. And even this isn't bad. Like, it's a liner lock, but it still feels good. I don't have that choil. There are some obvious changes. Like the steel, the way that they do the jimping on the blade isn't as good. Obviously they had to cut corners somewhere to drop the price on these, but even that's not bad. And then the Manix, the last one I got was the Manix 2, which is normally bigger than I generally like to get for my knives, but I really wanted something with this locking mechanism because you actuate it similar to a crossbar lock, but it's not. I forgot what they call it, but it uses a coil spring, and I think there's like a ball bearing or something that fits in somewhere, if I remember correctly. And just an awesome, awesome knife. And this one's also a salt version in MagnaCut. I just happen to really like MagnaCut. The only thing I hate about Spyderco's, I still hate about Spyderco's, is that goofy pocket clip. I just don't like these pocket clips. The spoon build, not deep carry. Stop using these. I like the wire clip as a little deep carry, a little deeper carry, and I don't know, it just feels better going in and out of the pocket. I have changed my the pocket clip on my Pair 3. I did change to a deeper carry. I haven't changed them on all of them though yet. I'm still working on that. Yeah, they look goofy, but performance-wise, they're great. And the thing with Spyderco, they know their steels. So one thing you can be sure about Spyderco is if you get a Spyderco knife, you know that the blade steel has been treated properly, treated well, the way they're supposed to be. And I mean, if you know anything about the steel in knives, I mean, you can get the most fantastic modern steel for a knife on the market. Like I myself, I like Magna Cut. But if it's not heat treated, if it's not treated properly, it's junk. You can have like M390 steel, but if it's not heat treated properly, it's not going to be able to be used. It's not going to be at its optimal hardness, and it might be too soft, it might be too brittle, things like that. So the one thing, like I said, Spyderco knows their steels, and I know there's somebody that's been doing a lot of individual, like their own testing on it. They created a website called what was it called? It was called steelhardnesslab.com. And while they haven't tested every knife, because keep in mind, there's lots of knives out there to test. If you go to steelhardnesslab.com, all one word, you can see everything they've tested so far. They've tested a lot of Spyderco's. They tested a lot of Spyderco's. But one thing about their testing that you're seeing with the Spyderco knives is they're consistently at a good hardness. They're treated right. Yay! Somebody tested out because Ontario Knife Company, the ones who make the Ontario Rat, came out with Ontario Rat 1.5. They came out with one in Magna Cut, and that came out to good hardness. So that's yay! I'm glad somebody tested that. But you'd be surprised at how many of the knives that are on that website where they tested. There's a lot of Spyderco's they tested. Yeah, they hit the optimal range. Pretty consistently, pretty damn consistently. And that's another thing about Spyderco that I found out that I really, really like. And not to say that there aren't others that hit their targets consistently either. Yeah, there's so many Spyderco's have been tested on the website. It's funny how the amount of testing compared to all the other brands, Spyderco has been tested more than any other brand there. But I think that's because a lot of people have a lot of Spyderco. Spyderco's are pretty popular. And I'm still waiting for somebody to test this knife out on Steel Hardness Lab. Somebody test this out. This is the HX Outdoors. And the reason why I want somebody to test this knife on Steel Hardness Lab is because, well, first of all, this is an S35 VN steel. Okay, S35 VN steel, titanium alloy scales, or titanium scales, really cool color, frame lock. This thing was $40. I don't know any place. I don't know any other manufacturer that has an S35 VN steel that's that cheap. And I'm not familiar with the brand. And every time I try to look something up, I don't find a whole lot. I'm not that familiar with the brand HX Outdoors. I do know they're made in China, or at least put together in China, or at least Chinese materials. That's one thing. But other than that, I really don't know much about it. And that's why I'm waiting for somebody to test this out, because S35 VN steel on a $40 blade. And I'm gonna admit something. It's well centered. It works really well. The frame locks, the lockup's nice. It's not the smoothest. I mean, I can feel there's bearings in there that I can feel as I manipulate the blade, but it's not bad. It's not like horrible or anything. The detent was super strong. Like I remember when I first got this, I couldn't reverse flick it. I still have a little bit of trouble now, but I can do it. I can do it now. It had a super strong detent that I've been flicking this thing a lot, and that's finally starting to, I guess, break in to where I can reverse flick the knife, where I couldn't do it before, and I still have trouble doing it sometimes. But it was like 40 something bucks, 40 something on their website. They sell for like they advertise them for like close to 80 bucks. But I got this on Whatnot for like, I believe like $35, $40. On Amazon, I think they go for like 45 or something like that. But it's crazy to me, the price. And so I'm really curious to see how well they treated the blade. Now, I don't have a way of testing it myself, so I'm hoping somebody that has the ability to test the treatment of these blades does so I can see whether, how. Because if this is an S35 blade, a well-treated S35 steel blade, and it tests out really well, these should be killing it for that cost. There should be no reason not to get this thing. But until it's tested, it's one of those things that's kind of suspect because the price is so low. So I'm still waiting for somebody to test that knife. Haven't heard anything yet. Bugging me. But yeah, Spyderco has been really consistent. Kershaw is pretty good. I mean, all you have to do is look at the website. You can see what they've tested. Some results have surprised me. Like, for example, Concept. I think their Magna Cut was a little on the softer side. But the knife that I was looking at is also a big chunk in steel of Magna Cut. So I don't know how I feel about that. I still love the knife. It still handles really well, and it's an excellent cutter. So I don't know if it's really been. And again, keep in mind they're testing knives that they've purchased. They could still fluctuate between from knife to knife. So I mean, somebody could get one model and maybe, for whatever reason, it didn't test well, but another model or another knife from the same model could test perfectly fine. You kind of have to test a sampling across, you have to test a good size sampling across a number, the same model before really deciding whether, can you really say one test is indicative of every knife in that same model or not? I don't know. Kind of have to spot check a few of them. But at least it gives you an idea. And I like the website because having a website like that where somebody's testing those knife steels and stuff is going to have to give, they're going to have to take some accountability if, they're advertising some kind of hardness and they continue to test a knife that's not reaching it. You know what I mean? Now there's a way that people can see, and if they're not treating their knives the way they say they are, they're gonna, they've got some explaining to do. Because really, how many people have the ability to test the hardness of a knife? It's not something a lot of people have the equipment for, or whatever. I know you can do scratch tests and stuff. That's another way. I considered doing that because I know there's machines that can test hardness and all that other stuff. The simplest way is you can get these essentially you can do scratch tests on them. But I don't know if that it does a surface thing, or because that you're just scratching the surface, or you can't really test all the way through the blade. But I don't know. I considered it, but I know those testing systems can get pretty expensive. They get pricey. And I'm just a regular Joe who likes to collect knives, and most of my money goes into knives. So I'm kind of poor in that regard. I've strayed away a hell of a lot from my shit. Somebody was asking about the Foca, and then I just went into a complete tirade about the about the seagull and everything. I hope that answered your question, whoever was asking about the Foca. I don't have a Foca, but I have a knife that's very similar, and I really, really like it. Let's put it that way. I really, really like it. I just ran into problems with mine. But if it's a similar blade shape to the Foca, just with a crossbar lock and stuff, I think you'll probably really like it. Oh, I just noticed the Foca doesn't have that much of a finger. Oh, it does have a finger choil of sorts, so different shape. Huh. Wonder why they went with that. It does. You know what? It does look like the same type of blade. You got the jimping. Because I'm taking a look at another photo that I'm able to zoom in on. It really does look like this. Oh my god! Hold on. It does look. It has jimping on the front. There's that same kind of. Oh no. Okay, the blade. When it gets down to the edge, it's shaped a little different. Like this has a choil and then a little sharpening choil towards the tip, whereas the Foca doesn't have that little sharpening choil. And then this, I forgot what they call this. I'm forgetting my knife terms. But this little change in thickness is more towards the pivot on the Foca than it is on the Seagull. But the blade shape is very similar. Leaf-like blade shape almost. I don't know. I like it. If it wasn't for those issues I had with it, it's now that I got it fixed, it would be one of my favorite blades. All right. Any other? Oh my God! Time flew. I started this thing at like 2:00. It's almost 6. So, any questions? Any questions? Anything that you want to take a closer look at from the new knives that I got? Like again, we got my Swiss Army, my Victorinox, my first Victorinox in years. We got the Kaiser Sheepdog. Got my Hen and Rooster. I really hope I can remember what type of colorway this is called. I'd like to say it's a 24 karat gold, but I could be wrong. My first deer Sportsman. I eventually want to get the whole collection. They got the bear, they got the turkey, they got the elk. I want to get the elk next. Bear, turkey, elk, and waterfowl. I'm going to say, people say ducks. I'm just going to say waterfowl. So there's 4 other knives in this set that I want to get eventually in the Sportsman series. The Antique, I believe it was called. Was it the Antique Peanut? I think it was Antique Peanut. Or no, Chestnut Bone. I'm sorry, Chestnut Bone. I think Antique's a little lighter. Chestnut Bone Smooth Peanut. The Green Gator Jig, new for 2026 from Case. Green Gator Jig Mini Trapper. My 2 axe handles. I'm so excited that I got these. The Amber Bone Peach Seed Jig axe handle and the Tequila Sunrise axe handle. Really liking the Tequila Sunrise. It's just a gorgeous color on that bone. Can't wait to get more of those. My Dream Tech donut thing. I got it because I wanted to enter a giveaway. I didn't win the giveaway, but at least I got my donut. And probably right now, to be quite honest, between the axe handles, and especially between the axe handle Tequila Sunrise, and this is probably my favorite of the bunch that I got this last week. This TI Slim Porcupine is sleek as hell. I'm going to do a video on this one focusing more on it than I did here on the live. But this is nuts. What state am I in and what are the knife law restrictions? I'm in Illinois. And so The thing with Illinois is they don't have an overall knife law. Like it's not like a statewide thing. Well, they have a statewide law, but it's kind of they essentially leave it up to local authorities. So different counties or cities or villages might have differing laws, which really kind of mess things up. On average, we have a blade restriction of like 3 inches. I know Chicago has an even more restrictive blade size restriction, and in Chicago it's like 2.5. So you got to be careful on where you're going. You cross a border from one county to another, and next thing you know, you're under different knife laws. And I don't know all the knife laws around me. I know generally 3 inches or less, you're fine. And they also take in consideration intent, which why there's some knives that I just simply won't carry because they have this sort of connotation. The way that some people look at them, they have this like switchblades and stuff like that. They still kind of have that bad boy vibe about them, I guess. So I don't carry them very often because they consider intent to be a big thing. Like, you wouldn't want to be carrying a knife. Say you got stopped and, why are you carrying this knife? And you say, well, I carry it for protection. Well, if you say something like that, that could be twisted around to say you're carrying it for protection. So technically you're carrying this knife to use against somebody in case you need to use it against somebody. So you're carrying the knife to use against somebody. That could get you in trouble. Because again, intention. I carry a knife because they're fantastic tools. I use them all the time. Opening packages, cutting cordage, stuff like that, opening boxes. And I'm also a knife collector. I like to carry really cool knives. They're great, they're great conversation pieces. And, I just love interesting knives. I love talking about them. So I would never use a knife for protection. I have a concealed carry. If I'm going to use something for protection, I've got my pew-pew. I'm just going to use that. I'm not going to worry about the knife. If I have to use a knife for self-protection, I'm probably at a point where I'm already in deep shit. Because I'd much rather be farther away and not be up close and personal with a blade. That actually scares me more than having to use a firearm for protection. And as far as like other stuff, like say switchblades or gravity knives, they are legal in the state. However, you can't carry them unless you have a concealed carry. Like, for example, this is one of my favorite knives. I have carried this one. I will continue to carry this one every now and then. This is my Kershaw Launch 20. Okay, this is an automatic. I can carry this because I have a concealed carry. So I'm allowed to carry this. If I were to hand this to my girlfriend, though, and she were to carry this, and for whatever reason she got stopped and they searched her or whatever, and she had this on her, my girlfriend does not have a concealed carry. She would get in trouble carrying this knife. Okay? And not only do I have to have a concealed carry in order to carry this knife, it also still needs to fall within those local ordinances. So, this one I can carry. It has a blade that's 3 inches or less. So, blade length generally doesn't cause an issue unless I, for whatever reason, go to Chicago. I avoid that place like the plague. And again, you have to have a concealed carry. So I can carry this one, but this one I can't. Too big. The blade length on this is too long. While I have a concealed carry and I'm allowed to carry an automatic, again, I still have to stick within other restrictions as well. So that's kind of what I have to deal with where I live. And I do have a lot of knives that I can't carry because, again, I'm a collector. There are knives that I enjoy and I collect that I like because they're neat, like that one auto that I just showed you made by Tecto. This one I can't carry with me either. This one is from Concept. This is a Damascus bladed Strike Eagle. Absolutely gorgeous knife. Can't carry it with me. Too big. But I got anyway because I think it's an amazingly awesome knife. It's a great, beautiful piece of art, in my opinion. And I still enjoy having something like that in my collection. So just because it might be too big for me to carry doesn't mean I might not want to get one. That technically this is too big. It's a bigger than 3-inch blade. This one could arguably 3.0 blah, but I don't think I have a problem with that. Again, intent is also a thing that they take in consideration. Michigan is like that about intention. It's not for protection. It's a work tool. If for protection, it's a weapon. Yeah, exactly. And so you do have to be careful in regard to things like that. Make sure that the intention you put across is, it's not to be used against anybody. Hey, Cluster Duck, how you doing? Oh, yeah, I'll check it out when I get a chance. As soon as I'm done here, which I'm just about, because it's like 6. It's just past 6 o'clock, and this is generally how long I run my knife stream for. Any last minute questions? Because I love talking about this stuff. Believe me, this is one of the reasons why I love doing my channel. What does EDC stand for? EDC stands for everyday carry. Things you carry with you every day. In my case, I concentrate on pocket knives. I do want to branch out and talk about other stuff eventually. Like I've got an Olight flashlight. There's another Olight flashlight I want to get. I haven't even unboxed this thing yet. This is an O clip. Other tools that one might carry with them every day. I want to start talking about more stuff like that. Like, again, this is my first Victorinox that I've ever gotten, really, which is a Swiss Army knife, and this one has essentially a multi-tool. I just tend to concentrate more on pocket knives for everyday carry because that's what I like to collect. This is what I enjoy collecting. So that's why most, if not all, my videos are about knives. So yeah, I am the everyday carry squirrel. So yeah, I may branch. I may not. I don't know. It depends, because pocket knives, when it comes to collecting pocket knives, I mean, it's already expensive as it is. I mean, you can see I eat a lot of ramen. I eat a considerable amount of ramen in order to, I make sacrifices to buy this stuff. Believe me. I wish I could say that I was leaking money, but I'm not. I weigh heavily. Can I get this knife and still eat and pay a bill? And so I sacrifice one thing to get another, and eventually I might sacrifice something else to do something else. It's all about balancing things, or at least trying to. I'm not going to say my credit card hasn't been any better, but any questions before I end the stream for today? Because it is past 6. These were all the knives that I got this week. Awesome stuff. Love the axe handles. Super cool knives. Like the green gator jig. That's an absolutely beautiful bone, and the gator jig is actually really kind of cool jigging. And I've got to know the name. I got to figure out the name for this colorway for the Michael Prater Coral on Hen and Rooster, because it is a beautiful color. But this one takes the cake for me today. This TI Slim Porcupine by Vosteed. Oh, I can't say enough about this. I can't wait to do a more deeper look into this one. do more cutting tests and things like that. But we're going to save that for a video that I'll upload hopefully this week. But those are my favorites right here. To be quite honest, these two right here blowing me away. I love the axe handle, new for 2026. Love that new Tequila Sunrise color. Absolutely awesome. And I know as soon as I get the chance, you like the donut knife? As soon as I get the chance, I want to get a Sodbuster Jr. in this same Tequila Sunrise, because once I get a Sodbuster Jr., what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another live, and I'm going to burn it. I want to toast it with a torch. And what I mean by toast it with a torch is I want to do my own, like, for example, I have a gray mini trapper. Now, keep in mind, this was all gray when you buy it. But I decided to take a torch, and then I toasted the sides and the little, I don't know what you want to call these, the jigging, to highlight the texture and give it a little more color. Because otherwise, these are normally all gray. And I thought that came out really well. I've toasted other knives from Case, like, that's that one. Where's another one? I did this version of a caramel apple. This is a green, they called this a green apple trapper, and I toasted it dark on the edges and a little bit on the edges of the jigging. I called this a caramel apple. But the darkened areas that I toast, I use a hand torch, and I toasted them myself. And it's been a while since I've done anything like this. And I want to do more. I want to see how these come out if I were to torch these. But the thing is I don't want to do it on this one. I don't want to do it in the sow belly that I have. I want to get a Sodbuster Jr. because Sodbuster Juniors tend to be the least expensive pattern from Case. And I don't want to burn it and realize, oh, I don't like it. And then feel like I've toasted a really expensive Case knife. Like, this is one of my favorites. This is a Sodbuster Jr. This is another gray bone that I toasted. And you can see there how that came out. Toasted the top of the ridges and on the back. Normally they're all completely gray. And I thought this one came out fantastic. This is the type of pattern that I want to get in Tequila Sunrise. And I want to toast it in a similar way to see how it comes out and how it looks. Somebody said that, oh, what are you going to call it if it comes out really well? And they were saying call it a peach cobbler or something. I don't know. Peach cobbler sounds awesome. But the problem is these Tequila Sunrise colors sell out faster than hell. So I'm still waiting for Chasing Blades to get a Sodbuster Jr. version of the same color. And once they get that, I'm going to snap it up, and then I'm going to do a live toasting, and we're going to toast another knife because it's been way too long since I've done that. I've got the urge to toast another knife. So hopefully I will get one within the next couple weeks. Because they didn't have one in this next shipment. They're expecting other shipments this week, this upcoming week. I'm crossing my fingers. I've asked them to hold on to one if they ever show up in a shipment, because I want it and I want to burn it. So I'm crossing my fingers, hoping I get one, hopefully this next week. But anyway, I think that's going to be it for today because I'm getting hungry. It's already past 6. I think my girlfriend's still streaming. I don't know. I need to get some food in me. I need to do some cooking. I need to make her dinner and stuff. So thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching. Hope you guys had fun talking. This is why I love doing this live, is I get to talk to you guys, that like, same people, similar minded people that like to collect pocket knives, talk about pocket knives, and just, shoot the shit about this stuff. I love it. And I learn a ton doing it all the time. And I'm so thankful for you guys showing up and sharing stuff with me and giving me a chance to share stuff with you guys. Hey, David, how you doing? Well, I'll be doing another live again next week. I don't know how many knives I'll have next week because this was a lot of knives. And I don't know if I'll have anywhere near the same amount of knives to show you next week. But hopefully we'll have a couple to talk about, and we'll talk about other stuff in terms of knives. So thank you guys so much for joining. Check out the videos. I've been putting out more videos again now that I've had more time to do so. I just put one out recently on the tenable shard. I think I had a concept go out earlier, a concept video go out earlier this week, and some other stuff, but go check them out. Let me know what you think. And yeah, that's going to be it. But again, be sure to like, subscribe, and all that jazz. Hit the notification bell so you guys know when I drop a new video. And I don't have a closing for the channel. I just sort of end it. Actually, how many people do we have in here? I didn't even look. Let's go. Let's see if there's somebody to raid. Maybe we can raid somebody. I don't know if anybody else is doing a knife channel, but let me take a look. If we can raid another knife channel, I think that'd be awesome and fun. And that way you guys get to continue like watching stuff. If we can find somebody that that's also doing a knife show. Hold on, let me check. Stick with me a minute. Let's see if we can find anybody. This always takes me a while. Oh, you guys too. You have a great weekend if I don't see you. But let me see if I can find somebody we can raid into, because YouTube has the rating thing now, which is freaking awesome, by the way. I just don't know that many other knife channels that currently hold lives. So I'd like to raid another knife channel, but nobody I know. No, I don't see any. Like, there's a couple knife channels that do lives, but I don't know too many that are still currently running a live. Usually they run their life or their knife channel a lot earlier than I do, which is kind of a bummer. I follow a lot of knife channels, and I'd love to see more lives in that regard, but like EDC with DBD, I actually had a show earlier today, but they're already done. I'm not seeing, like, Metal Complex sometimes will run a live. Neve's Knives will sometimes run a live. But they seem to be a bit more sporadic. And you never know when they're going to hold one. So it's kind of like luck of the draw. I don't see anybody else running on a live knife channel. Kind of a bummer. I would love to raid another live knife channel. All right. Well, you know what? I'd love to be able to pass this love on to somebody else. If you guys are into video games, I know a lot of people that like to play video games. I run a video game channel myself called Duranda's Game Cave. Link is in the description, I believe. But yeah, I do a video game channel every night. And I know that there's some people that I know that are running a video game. Oh, you know somebody that I haven't been able... You were at DVD's show earlier? Oh, you were one of the winners, David. Wow, congrats, man. I haven't had a chance to try one of those. I'd love to get in one of his contests. I just haven't had a chance. Tell you what, I know it's not a knife channel, but I don't see any other knife channels running a live right now. Or do you guys know of another live channel? Is there another live channel that's running right now? I'll give you a minute. If you guys know of another live channel that's running right now, I can try to raid them. Otherwise, there's a good friend that does a video game channel. We might just go ahead and raid him and say hello. And maybe it'll introduce you guys to some video games. He's a great guy, though. Cryptic Fox, I don't really get a chance to raid him on my own video game channel. But, yeah, I'm not seeing any other live knife shows. Kind of a bummer. Hopefully, we'll see more in the future. You saw you won one of the Johan Johnson knives called it. You won the Heron. Is that the? Oh wait, hold on a second. You're getting me distracted. I'm already running over time. But then you say something cool, and then I want to look. Are those from Tenable? Is that what I'm thinking of? Because I heard the Heron before. Oh. Oh, Boomer's Blades is on? Okay, let me check out Boomer's Blades. Let me see if I can get. Let me see if I can raid into Boomer's Blades. Give me a minute. Because sometimes if they don't show up, if they don't allow. Oh yeah, Boomer's Blades doesn't allow raiding. I can't redirect to him. If he's on right now, you might want to tell him at some point to allow raiding, and then like I would definitely raid into like another knife channel, but we can't, unfortunately. You have to allow raiding on your channel. The Tenable Heron? Yeah, I see it. That's a nice looking knife. I like Tenable. You get some really good quality knives from Tenable. And less expensive versions of Concept. I love Concept. And Tenable, you can get really good budget versions of Concept knives from them. And that Tenable Heron looks awesome. Okay, let's go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and we'll raid into Cryptic Fox. He's somebody that actually he runs a video game channel. But yeah, I don't know of any other live knife channel. We're just going to raid him for now. But if you guys frequent my channel, keep in mind other live streamers that do knives, and hopefully we'll get more and more people that we can possibly start raiding into each other and just grow the community. I think that would be amazingly awesome to do, and we, get introduced to other knife YouTubers and things like that, and just get connected that way. I think that would be awesome. So keep that in mind for next week when I run my next live show next week on Saturday, and then hopefully we can build a community doing this. I think that would be cool as hell. But in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and raid Cryptic Fox, good friend of mine, does awesome video game content. So if you're into video games, you very well might enjoy this. Thank you again for joining me. You guys have been super awesome with all your support, and I guess that's it. I'm already running way over time, so hope to see you guys in the next video. Thanks again. You guys rock. Have a good weekend, and bye-bye. Again, I don't have a closing video, so I just click a button and it ends, so I feel kind of bad that it just like ends. I need to fix that later. Anyway. I definitely need to fix that later. Anyway, bye!